class did you just get out of?
DevSec.
Oh, DevSec is still there. My English teacher, she's like, oh, you guys can be excused, yeah. She's like, you guys have Roundtable, yeah, you can be excused. Oh.
My teacher made us do it because we had like our final paper.
Oh.
It was something you could do research paper.
Oh, how did your other paper go? No, the paper that came with thin air from Jesus Christ. Of course, the paper that you wrote. Did you find anything for 2001 political anxiety crisis or whatever? George W. Bush, we know that shit. I don't know. I thought 9/11 was one of them that can happen, but you said it had to be before that, but nothing happened before 9/11.
Actually.
Okay, you told me not to do 9/11.
No, but the thing is, like, wait, 9/11 happened.
You get everything you need to get started?
I
Someone already talked to you? Or?
No, I need to talk to someone. Figure it out.
You told me.
Fortunately, this part,
You didn't want
ED
anything
part, I
post
don't
9/11.
know.
Post 9/11.
Cool.
Yeah, so.
Well, somebody will come at some point.
But you used
Okay.
it.
Should I go look for,
Yeah.
Even though you
For
didn't
top
want
one,
post
for
9/11.
I mean, I don't know if we need to. I just need to figure
You could
out.
also use the
I
Gulf
think,
War,
like,
you
it's-
could
yeah.
use the
Good
invasion
reason.
of Iraq.
You have to do, like, a source thing, or-
Beginning of the
That's a great
Afghanistan
question.
post
Because I know this is slipped in right
Yeah,
now.
you could do,
Did you just take it
column,
from
what column
this to
that
that?
No, so I did for a second, I plugged it back in. There is an HDMI cable, so I'm guessing that this is, somehow connected switching, inputs. What's up, Luggy?
I'm trying to get all this.
Good to see you.
Likewise.
I
Oh,
can
you guys will
try.
start at 1 o'clock, so unless you wanna miss out on.
Oh, isn't that your stream now?
Be here.
No, I'm not Mac.
Oh.
There are no CCTVs here, but obviously I just want to. I doubt it. I'm surrounded by.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just down. So let's see here, if I can get, try this.
Yeah.
If I won't mess anything up.
This is what we call
That's HDMI 1.
What?
I'm just trying HDMI 1.
No. Brandon Roberts hanging out in the back there.
Wait, so like house.
Hey, who's
We don't have any
Thank you.
I would think so they had some kind of funky switch over there. And it showed up as a digital link.
Yeah.
I think it's not HDMI 1 and 2.
So
These are wireless.
Switcher.
It's okay.
Let's try 1.
I tried to spend some time.
Try 4.
I need to catch it.
Hey, there we go.
Just look at my
You did.
Done enough AV.
You did good work.
Gonna pass.
Everybody is in the 80s or higher.
Do you have audio in yours?
Yeah, some of them.
Alright, let me switch it back to 3.
Yeah, go for it.
See if
Everyone on my team is 80s except for shooting.
yeah.
One of my team.
Yeah, that's definitely like.
Everyone else is in a hallway except for my team.
Oh no, he was like calling me, he's like,
Countryman.
don't move, don't move. Don't move. Don't move. You're like, they tell me not to move. That's what they tell me. They move towards you. I'm like, I was
Yeah, it does have to be switched to yours.
Great.
But we have audio.
That was your audio.
And his last name is spelled very good.
I will kill you.
No, it's just
Like, I think we might have figured out, we just had to find the right people to say, the Stanley's here, we gotta cover it.
The other side, I will have to fire my
Alright,
It's gotta be.
the microphone?
Yeah, it goes kind of like this. It's facing here. And then, do the crash course on this earlier. Let's try, see if this turns it on too.
How did you end up becoming the,
Good question.
is it you just like a role, you're so natural?
There we go. So, boom, that right there makes sense. Like, my first job out of college, I worked in a church. And you can't have just a year. So, yeah, that's where I'm like, oh, this is all like the same stuff. Well, you wanna,
There we go.
there we go. And, like I said, you needed just that one. Big one.
Yeah, because we didn't have
You
the.
hold it and turn it on. You want that.
All right, I think we're gonna get started here. There's a whole bunch of really cool things going on right now, but you guys came to the coolest, so good job, everybody. Give yourselves a round. Exactly. Brandon Robertson, slow tap in the back. My name is Ryan Moore. I am a 2011 film graduate of the illustrious class of 2006, which I guess was never a thing until this roundtable. But you'll never know quite the impact that your class may have on even something like a program. And I can tell you that we tried our best to break David George, and I think at different points in time we actually got there. So you guys are all welcome. But past that, I just want to double check real quick. Are you guys mostly all film students? Are there some animation students, graphic design, just film, all film? Film. Biochemistry. All right. I'm guessing you're gonna be making money. Awesome. Tell us what that's like when you get that chance. Okay, that would be really fun. So what I'm going to present when Stanley here has the magic of the fingertip touches. I want to talk about how video really is everywhere. Now, kind of a weird title, but by the end of this presentation, I think that you'll have an understanding that what we have always called film, media, video is now becoming something completely different. We have, moving into a digital transformation kind of medium, we have the greatest opportunity. As storytellers, as filmmakers, as art creators, we have the greatest opportunity to make things that nobody has ever thought of before. And you can actually do it, funny enough, with a lot of the same tools and skills that you're going to learn while learning film. So this, just a heads up, I'm going to take us through a real fast kind of presentation, but a lot of this I would like to actually have a kind of just a discussion, especially about what you guys think video is and what can it become, and what kind of stories can you tell when you start losing the idea of a frame and kind of like breaking out that video doesn't have to be something that is in a box. It can be something that you step into. It can be something that surrounds you. It can be something that you're wading into in some ways. So there's a lot of really cool stuff that is coming up. But kind of the first thing that we need to talk about is what do we know as video? What do we see our current media as? And what you'll see in a lot of these photos, stuff that will start in the beginning of this presentation, is that everything is bordered. There's a border on everything. But even within those borders, there's a ton we could do. Now, this is Times Square. And about 10 years ago, all of these were billboards that were just photos. And now if you go down to Times Square, everything is video. Everything. You guys are going to have to create that video. All the people that were creating the billboards, the photo billboards, the Photoshop artists have been replaced by video editors, by content creators, by motion designers. All of this stuff within the last 10 years has completely changed. And this is just America. If you want to really see how things are really changing, go to Seoul, Korea. Go to Hong Kong. Spend some time just literally, if you have a chance to go to Shenzhen or even to Rio de Janeiro. You'll see that they're now taking the buildings And they're putting these huge screens on the buildings. And they're turning the buildings into screens. Now, right now, it still looks a lot like this. Aspect ratios that we kind of understand, 16:9, 9:16, which is the Instagram vertical video aspect ratio. Have you guys covered many of these aspect ratios or talked about any of these in your classes? A little bit. A little bit. How much? How much have you talked about?
It's going over my head, so I guess not very much.
Not very much. Well, I mean, how many of you guys have taken like editing classes? Great, so one guy in the back. So are you guys mostly sophomore, freshman, junior?
I'm self-taught editor.
Self-taught editor. Okay, well, you didn't necessarily need, you don't need a teacher really to learn editing right now. But you have noticed the difference, like Instagram built the square model. Square video was not, you were made fun of if you shot a vertical video or a square video before Instagram. And now you're made fun of shooting a wide video because it won't format properly onto Instagram. It's kind of crazy how that's changed, right? Like, and it's only happened within the last couple of years. And this is something that I really challenge you to think of right now, is how much have you guys witnessed a change in and of yourself? We're called filmmakers. The idea is that we're actually shooting on film. And I don't think any of you guys outside of cinematography class have any interest of shooting on celluloid. It seems kind of like a backwards way of doing things now, a little bit. Like, it's not immediate, you can't see what you shot, it takes days to know if you even got the take. How do you make a film? How do you do a TV commercial with that? And why do we still call ourselves film majors? We'll get into that a little bit later. I mean, if we're really honest, this is more of like what we're doing every single day. It's video. Now, little poll, how many of you guys would rather call each other film majors rather than video majors? Pretty much everybody. Can I ask why that is? Anybody, come on. Go.
Well, I think video sounds more like corporate and like non-artistic and like commercial, I guess you want to say that.
Mhm.
Film sounds more like you're making an art form.
So it's the prestige. Okay, all right.
I think film sounds more sophisticated because I can take a video on my phone, but not a film on my phone. So it sounds a little more, I mean, like I could, but it's not like the general usage of the term.
Gotcha. Do you know about Tangerine, of course, the film?
Yeah, I mean, there is films I made on phone, but like the general use, how people refer to it.
You're completely right. Video's cheaper. I mean, when you really think about the economics of the medium, it's gonna be cheaper. It doesn't cost you anything to make it. You just shoot it. I mean, yeah, Google's paying for storage maybe if it's going up into the cloud, or if you're having to get memory cards or something like that. Like, that's gonna be the expense, but it doesn't cost you anything more to shoot a digital photo compared to like an actual exposure on film. So it's cheaper, absolutely cheaper. Is there anybody else? Different thoughts?
To me, kind of refers more towards like movies than towards video. Is more of like corporate, something that I can see a lot of like schools, journalism, communication. I feel like it's more of like a video, like taking videos versus you see like SVAD is more of like the film, like making movies. I guess kind of with the art, putting more of like an artistic style on it, which just naturally you automatically get that when you're shooting film anyways. Versus video, you get like just like natural things happening within the film that give it a different style.
Yeah, it's a way of like defining that we're making this for maybe more artistic reasons. I know there was some hand waving going on. Are we all good? Yeah. No.
It's the sign-in sheet, sorry.
Oh, yeah, no. Get credit, please, by all means. I really want to challenge you guys to, while you're more than welcome to have that inner distinction, it's not really that big of a difference anymore. And really, it's only holding you guys back in the way that you guys will treat each other and yourselves. Now, I used to look, at journalism, first floor, and used to be like, well, what they do is boring, and it's news, and it's the same, and then I'd look at the animators, and I'd go, what they're doing is pre-canned, and it's not inventive, it's not spontaneous, But really, after taking time to spend in the field making these things, I think we're all really in the same boat, 100%. And when you can take this idea that film really is just a style, video is the medium. That's what we need to do as filmmakers. Thinking forward. Video is the medium, film is the style. And by all means, make films, but know that people are going to consume them this way. Most of everything that you will be created is going to be consumed on a 3-inch screen. While, again, film is a good style, and every now and again you will spend the $17 to go to the theater and sit in those nice comfy seats and fight sleep. You guys are going to watch more of your content on iPads, on iPhones. Probably you're going to just put it up on here and you're going to have no idea how it's being consumed, but it's going to be on small screens. While, again, filmmakers are making films, we're making movies, we're doing production, probably what you make as soon as you guys leave is going to be on YouTube. And that's not a bad thing. Honestly, it's opening markets up. There's now more work for filmmakers than there ever has been in history, period, because of things like this. Instagram, ads, Facebook ads, and we'll go into bigger kind of like, you getting the sign-in sheet again? Sorry. Yeah, no, let's get it hooked up with it. These are opening up huge opportunities. And in fact, I'll tell you, by the end of this presentation, I will tell you the 3 fastest growing video jobs that, are in Los Angeles, especially within kind of like the bleeding edge of video technology. But, actually, has anybody done this yet? Has anybody tried this out on a Tesla? Has anybody done this?
Wish I could afford one. Let's do
Yeah, I know. It's going to be through your parents or friends. But this, by the way, you're going to have to get really used to this because that driver's steering wheel is going to disappear in the next couple of years. And people are going to have something to do. They're going to be consuming your films on screens in cars while they're waiting to get to their destination. That's a fact. I can promise you Ford and Toyota are pouring billions of dollars into taking the ability for you to be distracted while driving out of your hands. So this is something you should be thinking of when you're thinking of creating content. While of course, you want to aim for the cinema screen, I highly recommend the silver screen as your goal. But know that you have a better chance of being seen here than you ever have in a movie theater. There are hundreds and hundreds of malls across the United States, and they're slowly dying, so that's a whole different topic. But they still are embracing the idea of having to bring people in and interest them. And so you have these things like these digital billboards. And these digital billboards, while they were photos at one point in time, if you go now, they are all video. Who is making those videos? You guys are going to be making those videos. All of you guys, whether you're self-taught or you go to a class for it doesn't matter. They don't care. Does it look good? Is it a good design? Is there cool interactive elements? Then sold. Great. Another big industry that is now moving super quick into video are billboards. Billboards growing up always were there for like a month. It was always the same thing. Now, in Los Angeles, you'll get a billboard that changes every 3 seconds. And now they're becoming just video billboards. And that makes sense, right? I mean, who has the money to take down an actual piece of print and put it back up? That costs so much money. It would rather be better to spend the money on great content creators to create really great engaging content than spending it on print. And that's where they're spending all of it. Another great use of skills, especially cinematic skills, and I know you guys have probably seen 1 or 2 of these, are conferences. Now these conferences, if you ever watch like a Google I/O or like, I was just at Oculus Connect, checking out all of this stuff, they have these super polished presentations, these super polished videos, like all of the iPhone announcement videos, all of their ads, they're all these super duper produced, and that's where you get that really great filmatic look and the really high quality kind of prestigious look. But you're not watching an iPhone ad at a movie theater. So if you're thinking that all the content you are creating, if you're focusing your whole like energies toward creating for the silver screen, you are missing pretty much what you are actually engaging in every single day. When you have a chance, do a self-survey and see how much content you consume on your phone every day compared to what you actually do watching a regular screen. Doesn't need to be a theater screen, just a monitor, a TV even. You're gonna see multiple times the consumption rate on your phone than you will on any other screen. And so you should think of that. You should focus on that. That is where your greatest opportunity of having a job that pays 6 figures. Because tech pays well. They start at $160,000 a year. I don't know any filmmaker that's like not C-suite or above the line that makes $160,000 a year. I definitely don't make that right now, but we're getting there. Another really great use is this. How many of you guys are seeing these now? They're really annoying, right? Like this, but they're not going away. They're gonna need somebody to make that content. This is how video is continuing to proliferate. It is becoming ubiquitous. It is now everywhere. Your billboards, your standard ads, they're completely moving away from static images. They're moving 100% to video images. You guys should be thinking about this. Now, this might seem a little bit more like journalism or graphics design because, I don't know, there's a lot of graphics in there, and I don't know really how to do some of that stuff. Look at, there's live action elements in every single one of those frames. That's gonna take one of you guys shooting it. You guys are gonna be making, and girls, are gonna be making this content. And they're gonna need you. They need you. You are going to be needed, not just hopefully getting a job. You guys are gonna be needed. As long as you can think that this is going to be the focus. So, where does it go from here? Just continuing to get more and more and more popular. We're gonna see more cities switch on. We're gonna see more of these billboards popping up as ads continue to be a way that companies can pad their revenue streams. You guys are gonna have a chance to start even breaking the mold. This is something that I saw at NAB this last year, or sorry, not NAB, CES, is they're starting to take these objects and they're just attaching screens to them. And they're not doing a very good job making content. If you notice, that's just one shot, kind of like stretched over the same thing. This is where we're gonna start deviating a little bit. While, yeah, those are 6 screens, I wanna challenge you guys to look past the 6 screens. What that is that's an object that has, yes, 6 screens, but it has a chance to be an actual media object then. You can create, using perspectives of the video planes, you can actually create something that is more than the sum of its parts. That you may not be seeing a cube like you are now, you might be seeing actually through something. So this is from CES. And let's see if I can actually play this real fast. These are pieces of furniture that they literally just wrapped with screens. And they've got video that is mapped, 360 video that is mapped to make an effect that actually makes the screens disappear. So check this out. Oh, Jet, hold on. Screwed that up. This is a real quick loop. But you see how with the particles coming towards you, you're actually getting a little bit of a spatial effect. That's actually, while it is screens, it's something that you could almost get lost looking into. I don't know what the aspect ratio would be on this. And I don't think it matters. This is where video is everywhere starts becoming a little more important. Because you gotta start thinking of storytelling outside of a frame. Now this, side quick tangent, this was another fun thing that I was saying. This is a bunch of screens that were kind of made into a face, and then they animated over it, the ability for the face to talk. And so it actually will speak to you when it plays. All right, well, anyways, you can kind of see the effect. But this is, again, something that you can, as content creators, instead of having like a flat screen, imagine if you did have a screen that was in the shape of a face, and you could do video mapping of a face, what kind of story would you tell with that? There's no square frame in here. What kind of story could you tell with just a big face walking out? You could probably have it recognize people, say hello, be like, hello, hello. And of course, the person walking in, they don't necessarily know if they're talking, that this face is talking to them, but you can create that facade, you can create that illusion just by leaving the frame a little bit. Now, how many of you guys have had a chance to do any sort of 360 work? Awesome. 2. What you're looking right here, 360 a couple years ago, I jumped in with both feet while VR was going through this hype phase, and so it's kind of slowed down. We're about here on the hype phase of 360 video. But at the same exact time, we're doing a live streaming 360 video. And there are big events that are now happening using 360 video plates that are taking advantage of virtual like platforms. I've got an Oculus headset here. If you want to see it, I can actually put you into a venue that you can participate in an activity with somebody miles away, and it feels like you're in the same room. It's the same type tenets of video, the same skills that you're going to be using to tell stories. Those need to come into those virtual spaces. Those need to take advantage of these new technology tools, of taking 2 wide fish angle lenses and actually combining them into a single image and creating a 360 video piece. Now, I highly recommend learning a bit about 360 video. I wouldn't go too deep into it, but as content creators, it's not going away. And it is just video. While this looks like it's something that might be a bit more intimidating, you're looking at just an image frame. It's that simple. You guys already have the tools. You can edit this in Photoshop, but you can edit this in Premiere. You can edit in Final Cut 10 if you want. It's just an image. You're still dealing with frame rates, you're still dealing with resolution, and you're still dealing with how to tell a story using an image. But this is going to be a huge, huge industry as we continue to understand the benefits of making somebody feel like they're in a space when you're telling a story, rather than making them seem like they're looking through a window to tell a story. Now, this is also where I want to kind of break some misconceptions. This is augmented reality. And augmented reality is really just video with a little bit of programming. Now, you can go a lot further. I'm making that very simple. But you can go a lot further with it. And this is where I want to challenge you guys, again, as filmmakers. You probably should start thinking of yourselves as animators. Because an animation individual is just a filmmaker that controls everything. That's all they really are. Instead of shooting a practical set, they invent the set. And they invent the characters. And that's where we are going at some point. This is just the starting spot. This is one of the very first steps. So this is taking a phone, using a mark, having a piece of software recognize the mark, and then pop up a video frame. So this is a regular, just 16:9 video that you guys could create right now, and you could pop it up on a phone. That's augmented reality, though. Big tech, billions of dollars of money raised just to pop up a video on a phone. But this, again, is just the start. Where it goes is suddenly these objects, rather than them necessarily just being single objects, suddenly they can change, they can have different elements. You can take advantage of like Photoshop, where you have multiple layers within the image. You can suddenly animate those layers. Suddenly that becomes something a little bit more than it was before. But it's still storytelling. It's still film aspects, but using video and animation tools to do something a little bit more. This is fun. We're gonna soon be doing this more. Have you guys ever used, there's an app that you can actually walk around somebody and create a 3D scan of them? And then you can bring it into Adobe Mixamo. It's their 3D animator, and you can animate yourself. And you can literally make yourself walk or do like a bunch of the weird Fortnite dances and stuff like that, because they have those all pre-rigged. But you can now take a live action image of yourself. Yeah, pretty much, yeah, no, that. You can take an image of yourself and very quickly turn it into an element, an animated element. That's still film. That's still just a regular person, right? But suddenly it becomes almost animation in some ways. But it's video. It's just video. It's just pixels. It's the stuff you guys kind of already know and are already learning. This is a really great example of, have you guys seen the AHA music video? Where, okay, so this was an augmented reality experience. It was called the AHA moment of AR. And I want to challenge you to recognize what is happening, that this, everything is just video, except for the one 3D model that's in the middle. All right, let's see if we can get this to play. So it's a pass-through, you're using your phone, it's just video with the AR kit. Now the dancing guy is the only additional element. But using the software and using, again, just video and processing, AR kit processing, he can step into this world, and suddenly the world is so much more. So that's just a fun example. And again, it's just video. You can see everything back there. It's using some live drawing. If you recognize them, they're actually Photoshop filters. But it's just applying them to the direct live image. And it's making it a completely different experience. But again, it's just pixels. It's what you guys already know. It's all video. It's all video. Now, we can go a little bit too far. This is a really great, I'm not gonna play this whole thing. This is a really great short that actually won an Oscar, or I think, sorry, it was Oscar nominated. I'm not sure if it won. But it shows a really good example of where, if we're not careful, things can kind and recognize how many elements are live action.
Ahora que si quieres una buena calificación,
Voy lo más rápido que puedo.
has pensado en correr. Es saludable y eficiente.
Seguro que no hay más trabajos disponibles. Estudio para ser profesora y estoy haciendo mercados.
Y además puedes quedarte con los puntos de fidelización. Eres una noche afortunada. Tienes que confiar en la aplicación. ¿Te sientes inspirada? Gracias. Chao.
¿Quién soy yo? No, eso no es lo que quiero decir. ¿Para dónde voy? No. ¿Puedo volver a empezar? Olvídalo.
Estoy presente ahora. Me amo. Estoy libre de mi ira. Estoy libre de mi tristeza. Y la fuerza de mi
All right, so this is just gonna play, and we're gonna talk through this real fast. This, while it looks like it may be animation, the most complicated any of this is compositing with motion design, which are both classes that you guys have a chance to take, and please take them. Because this, what you're seeing right now, the first person perspective of looking through goggles, augmented reality goggles, this is going to happen. And we are going to need great content for these different platforms. People are going to be paying huge amounts of money for storytelling, for new ways of doing ads. This is actually a great part where it shows the whole facade kind of falling apart and everything's just QR codes. While again, this is a little bit dystopian, and I don't think we'll get there. This is a chance as filmmakers and as storytellers, as content creators, we are going to be making most of our media for these platforms. Still shot on sets. Some of this stuff is just done in After Effects, but this whole production is a production. So yeah, you might be a DP or a gaffer, or you might be a grip, or you might be a script supervisor on some production like this and only using your filmmaking tools, but this is ultimately where we're going. And you should definitely be thinking about this. Now, yeah, hyper reality. If you guys haven't had a chance to see this, highly recommend it. It's a great experience. So where are we going? Where is video kind of going? And this is where, again, we're kind of merging into a little bit of the animator world. And while that has a lot of times stopped filmmakers and storytellers from learning these different pieces of software, please don't let it stop you guys. I've worked on The Bachelor, I've worked on Family Jewels with Gene Simmons, I've worked on a bunch of reality TV, and now I'm having to learn animation tools because all of Hollywood is going towards virtual sets and composited sets and completely replaced skylines. And if you're going to do any sort of post-production, you're going to have to know how to do color replacements and how to switch graphics out really, really quickly. And you're going to have to learn at some point in time how to control everything. If you notice the scene, that would be just a regular scene that we would be shooting on film. There's a marker for the camera. You have the action blocked out. This is something that if you were working with like a techno dolly, you would have to do anyways, because you're going to have the dolly be doing really crazy, complicated moves. You can learn how to do all of that right now, learning Unreal or learning Unity. And yeah, while it is a little bit more into the animator world, I promise you it's going to come into our world quicker than you would expect. And if you know these things, you're going to get those jobs. You can get that $120,000 job pretty much leaving school if you know how to do Unity or Unreal. And it's just the same thing, but you're controlling everything. You don't have to have 30 people that you're paying on set. You can do it all yourself. It is a bit more complicated because, of course, you have to control everything. And this is where, again, I know all of these side panels look really, really confusing. Don't let this intimidate you. Take the time to just get to know this stuff. This is going to become so incredibly important. Understanding how to use models, how to bring textures, how to use 3D objects, OBJ files, things like that. You're going to have to know it by the time that you graduate. Otherwise, you're going to suddenly be thrown into a position in the field that you're just not going to feel ready for. And that's the most horrible feeling when you're being paid to do something that you don't know how to do and you can't tell your boss. Like, I promise you, it's the last situation you want to be in. A real great example of this is, oops, we have to back up, is actually, this is a commercial that is entirely, well, you'll see.
Here, let's cut and reset. No matter what the project is, the creatives always want to see the closest representation to the final product as early on in the creative process.
When I first walked on the set and the wall was up and we started to look through the camera, it really started to feel like I was just filming in this actual location.
We can
track a camera's position in space in real time and render its perspective so that we can compellingly convince a camera that something else is happening in front of it that really isn't there.
The thing to keep in mind is that the 3D world that you see on the wall is also a 3D scene that you can manipulate in Unreal Engine. So this gives the filmmakers full flexibility to make any change they want to the scene live.
So it's really exciting to see that we can, use the real-time lighting to not only change the environments virtually, but also have it affect the on-set lighting as well. This opens up kind of like a virtual playground to shoot in.
We've tried to expand the engine to be a very collaborative platform, so the director of photography, the director, they can all go into the scene and make modifications as they wish, as opposed to waiting for months and months.
In this new frontier of virtual production, the filmmaker is more grounded into the scene that they're shooting, into the story they're trying to tell.
Because you can interactively change the world, it brings all of those departments together, because each one of them has a role in how this world is portrayed at some point along in the production.
It's been my dream to get computer graphics to the point that they're totally photoreal. I've loved video games and movies all my life, and this is bringing the best of them together.
Now that is just 100% fueled by Hollywood wanting to save money. And nothing motivates a Hollywood executive more than just saving money. You can go further. I'm going to skip through some couple things real quick. If you've never looked up photogrammetry, I highly recommend looking up photogrammetry. Pretty much using LiDAR and video, and you can actually see this on Google Maps. They're rendering versions of our world in 3D that are photorealistic just by combining these two technologies. They'll take a pixel and they'll take the positional data of radar and they'll put them together. And so suddenly your world can be a group of pixels that take shape. And we're building these worlds. This is 100%, there are art pieces, I don't have time to show you right now, but there are art pieces that literally take advantage of this point data and this pixel data. And we're just starting to see art pieces come out. Sundance has been showing a number of them. Very popular right now. If you get into volumetric video or point cloud data, that's something that super, super hot, can really easily distinguish yourself as a kind of an enterprising filmmaker that is a little bit different because they know a little bit more about some of these crazy video formats. I don't know how stories are going to be told yet in this, but if you think of the idea of just taking a video and actually being able to step into it, what can you do? What if a website wasn't something you just consumed on a computer, it was something you could climb into, and it was video-based? It's possible. It's what's going to happen. This real quick is actually, anyone seen John Wick 3? Great movie, great movie. So that set, that glass set where they're like doing the transactions, that whole thing, very complicated set. That whole thing was planned out in VR, and what you'll see is every single department pretty much taking advantage of building these sets virtually first, planning out the entire production, and then actually filming it finally at the very end.
I came on to John Wick as a concept illustrator. I was providing 2D concept art to design the look and the feel of the film. And when we read about a 3-story building entirely made of glass, a number of problems come to mind. You have the reflections, you have the actual structural design of something like this, and you have the look to figure out lighting, etc. So I basically started with concept art. Using CAD designs from a set designer, I was able to bring them into Unreal Engine so that we could explore it in VR. It became this tool that allowed us to visualize what this set looked like and also helped us to create the lighting and the design of this thing months and months before any decisions had to be made on the physical set. It was such an abstract set that having this kind of spatial relationship and visualizing it from that point of view had tons of value. This set became a hub in the art department. The actors, the directors, the cinematographers went into the VR model so that they could basically visualize everything that was going to be built and seen in the film. I can't imagine them doing this set without VR. This set went through a number of different budgetary designs. I was able to create different set designs within VR, and now suddenly they can see what they can live with and what they can't live with at the hit of a button, and that allowed us to get the set approved sooner than we normally would. When you first walk onto the physical set, it's a surreal experience. It was amazingly accurate. VR has this kind of ability to cross the 2D concept art threshold
Video.
and set design
It's all just
threshold
video.
and give
What do
you
you guys
a
keep
real
making those
feeling
backgrounds?
of what it's going to be like to be there, which is just an incredible disruption in this industry. I came onto the project, 2D artist, and in the end I was a VR developer. The guys at Epic have done an incredible job at making it an easily learnable program and just being able to quickly and efficiently
It goes into an ad at this point in time.
such a minimal amount of
One last thing, and this will be, my time's pretty much up, but this will be where I leave you. It's that we are entering a truly borderless multimedia world. And this is where film, keep calling yourselves film majors, keep distinguishing yourselves, keep challenging yourselves, but understand that the idea of film is gone. It just doesn't exist anymore. In fact, the idea of a frame is also disappearing. This is an experience in Tokyo by a really incredible team of creators called Team Lab. And I highly recommend looking up everything they do. Because while they're creating these interactive this is a museum exhibit. But you'll notice when I show you the video that everything you're seeing here, other than the people, is just video projection. That's it, the whole thing. Same with this, it's just video projection. All of these things are just video projection. So here is a quick taste of that. So that's another cool thing. You can actually draw things, and I don't know how they do it. It's an interactive layer, but you draw things and you take it up to a camera, then suddenly the things are crawling on the floor and coming around you. Now, again, this seems like it's a little further into the animation world, and I just want to completely discourage you from thinking that way. It is really our world as image-based storytellers. Like, it is 100% a world that you guys can step into and feel comfortable in. Oh, that. Giving away the secrets already. My bad. That was the most dramatic nothing right there. Ever. Hold on. Let's try that one more time. Nope. So these are strands, individual strands of light that create scenes. this isn't necessarily video, but this is really cool. Because everything you touch ends up reacting and changing. And while these are just kind of like crazy museum experiments right now, this is really the future of immersive media, of, in some ways, museum media. Like, what could you do if you had a chance to create an entire world? What would you do? Now, these visuals are really great, but imagine if they had a story behind them. Imagine if they were motivated by like love or anger or any of the things that we feel every single day. That's where you all come in, 100%. Because while filmmakers may not shoot on film anymore, I would say that what distinguishes you from a journalism student or some other just video maker is that you guys tell stories with emotion. That you're taught to tell stories that have structure and arcs, that they're not just flat images. This new whole paradigm of media needs that. They're gonna need every single one of you. So, I promised that I would tell you the 3 things. I know it popped up there a second ago. But these are the 3 jobs that I promise you, you will be able to land today, just about anywhere. Whether you're an editor, whether you go into motion design, which is just pretty much editing mixed with Photoshop and After Effects, or if you want to go in the entire gambit, learn a little bit of Unity or learn Unreal and find the ways that video comes into that and plugs into that. You can walk out of Southern literally with a $160,000 a year job if you learn how to run, I'm not joking, if you learn how to run Unity and can do Unity AR video based work. It's all video, again, it's the same stuff that you're doing right now, but it's with a little bit of technology, with a little bit of animation, and you can 100% not be fighting for a job. So that's why I say video's everywhere, and I encourage you to also look that video is everywhere. So anyways, thank you everyone. And stick around, because I think we've got Maranatha up next. And she's going to tell you all about this amazing dome film, which is a little bit of how video is everywhere. So yeah, come back.
It's the film that Ryan spectacularly produced.
And you spectacularly directed, so credit goes to Maranatha. All right, 10 minutes, 10 minutes. We'll see you guys back here.
Thank you.
Well, no, film doesn't exist because
like film is like a must be a switcher, and then
you're not shooting on film.
So why are you calling it this matter?
Yeah. Why don't you just call it video?
Basically.
Like, I get why. It's a prestige thing, and like every single one of the points that you bring.
But no, it's not about really the distinction between the idea that you yourself, that thinking that you're a filmmaker and that you only work on prestige stuff is limiting your options within the major like multimedia landscape. Like, you think of video as like anything that moves, or think of film as anything that moves. It's like a flickering image, like has a frame rate or something. Well, then you're already kind of going down the road.
But I know that a lot of people will see themselves as a filmmaker. And I would say that you probably even do yourself, because you were like, you asked me.
Oh, like at least like different stages.
Yeah,
Yeah. You can do all your film classes and get out of here. You're gonna make an opportunity to pick up things like composite, which will make you a way better filmmaker. It has nothing to do with film. It's just you learning how to take a piece of software, make the software realize that, hey, I can make this fake. And suddenly, you don't have to pay for that expensive location. Like what they did with the Indian commercial. They had taken an entire group of 40 people up to a canyon ridge to shoot that thing. It would have cost like $500,000. By people doing it virtually, that probably cost $200,000. Maybe they're using it. And the people that are losing their jobs are the ones that are the traditional filmmakers that only work on set. That's why, be a filmmaker, that's fine. But recognize that you're working in video and getting paid doing video work, borderless, more in the future than you will with like traditional video. That's my own perspective. Still call yourself a filmmaker. Like, just recognize that you're never going to be making a film. You might make a movie, but you're never making a film. Because you're just kind of. I mean, I don't want to do that, but yeah.
I mean, yeah. Film is kind of like content now, but
yeah.
I think it's not really film anymore.
Yeah. You're completely right.
It's just a style that really changed.
Yeah. No, you will never make a film.
Kind of like
but that also is dated. I mean, like, how much longer are you going to use Blu-rays? How much longer do you think you'll have to use it? When was the last time you used a Blu-ray?
Years ago.
All right.
But the thing is, I have a PlayStation which uses like games. So like technically every day it also takes
Great. No, that's awesome. That's you got a PlayStation 4, right?
Yeah.
PlayStation 5 is coming out.
Yeah.
Yeah. They debated putting the drive into it.
Are they?
I don't know. I think so.
I think they are too.
Yeah, but I know that there was a big conversation.
Where would you like me to see it?
On whether or not this is going to be a streaming box.
Right up front?
Honestly, streaming.
Yeah. And streaming while you have movies on streaming. Streaming, you don't have film. There's no such thing as a film. There's not some projection that's doing something somewhere in. So you're not seeing it like it used to be in movie theaters. The entire film projection industry is gone. So the entire film industry, I would make an argument, is gone.
Same thing with like Blockbuster.
Yeah.
It was there. Now Netflix came out. Now like some people don't use Netflix. When I want to watch a new movie, so like Google Play or something, you rent it there. Everything's like living like on a couch.
Yeah, exactly.
It's completely like 4K as well.
And people need trailers, they need promo materials, they need little clips from movies, and they're gonna have to hire editors to do that. So, you guys want to have lots of work, learn how to edit really well. Even if you don't have to take a class to do it. Which I haven't met you yet. Dominic, Ryan. Really great to meet you.
Yeah.
What year are you?
Technically I'm a sophomore.
Technically, so that means you just started the program, but you have a year somewhere else.
I studied abroad. So I took like generals and stuff, but coming in this year I'm taking more like advanced generals and like basic drum classes.
You're doing what he's trying to avoid.
Yeah, but I'm fine. I'm fine. Because that means like senior year, I'm just taking a few classes and I'm fine.
That's like the best way to structure things is like load your freshman year and then keep your senior year open because you're going to be doing lots on your senior year already.
Yeah, with the senior projects.
Like I'm taking psychology now. Just like the same as like senior.
And that's where I would encourage you, like, I know you want to like front load, and again, if you're taking on debt, do that. Stop. Well, don't do that. Like, I'm not saying leave Southern, but like try to get down to it. If you're not taking all the debt, go a little slower and give yourself a bit more time. Like give yourself an extra day to make that edit just a little bit better. Or like, I don't know, the script is a little bit sweeter. But yeah, just recognize that like film is not what you
you would never do it like around here. You will make a movie.
I get
Maybe not film.
I use like most of the software there. Unreal I've used, Unity I've used, Pixel I've used.
Great.
Blender I've used, mine I've used.
All the groups you
Are you your film?
Yeah, but I was also game designer for like a long time.
Okay.
I'm not stopping.
You just get in it.
You know what you
could make
skills
your
that you have. Jump
Okay.
stuff. I wish I had that. Just a basic understanding of Unity will land you a job right now. It's like the hardest thing to get a development for. Like,
Do they take
A Unity and
no, it's technically an animation. It's gaming. And so technically it's really encouraging to learn as much animation. Especially how to like do textures and how to just like rig a model so you can bring it in one scene. Like you will be able to do an entire you can make your entire film if you need to to shoot it. You know how it's gonna work, how the story is gonna do, and it will cost you how much? Just time.
Yeah, pretty much just time.
Just time. Because it's free. Unity and Unreal are both free as long as you're not making money off it.
Yeah. I mean, I've been like software like Pixel costs at least like $100 or something.
Yeah.
So it's gonna cost you like $100.
But then you have Blender.
Yeah.
Blender's free. Blender's like a 3D program.
And not just 3D stream as well, like video as well. I can add in
Yeah, every animated film has to have a film because they'll make all those shots and they'll record those shots, but that doesn't go right in the movie. They have to assemble that into a Premiere timeline. So like even animators need film at university, really. Even animators need Unity experts because they'll animate things, but they don't necessarily style it. So anyway, storytelling. The takeaway is that storytelling. Learn the different aspects of storytelling, and you'll be able to bring those into those different platforms. And like it's a really big benefit. Just like understanding a 3-act story, which you guys will. Have you guys taken screenwriting yet? Not yet. All right. You guys have some fun to look forward to. But learn those aspects. Learn the storytelling aspects. And then copy this guy. I'm not trying to make this seem like you're great, but like you are not great. But like learn some of these a little bit closer to anime, or better yet, just become really good friends with an anime. And be like, I'll teach you how to frame a shot. And you teach me how to do model. Fill in the blank. Whatever you want, whatever they teach you. Did you have a question?
Oh, I just wanted to introduce myself.
Oh, I'm Sebastian. Brian, great to meet you, Sebastian. I saw you falling asleep. Stop pointing it out, Trevor. Anyways, I gotta help her real quick. Or sure, here. I'll make that easy.
Oh, cool. Thank you so much.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, you were giving it.
Okay, cool.
Not that I'm aware of.
Dude.
I went to his room last night and I knocked on the door, he opened it, he goes,
How does this Sebastian work? It's been like 3 weeks. It's been a few days. Yeah, honestly.
Wait, was it really 5 days?
That's dude, everyone's been stressed. Have you not been stressed? I just finished a huge paper last night. I stayed until 3 a.m.
I was trying to do that really quick.
I've been working on it the entire time. Today I have no more work. And I got my phone.
Are you good? Next one. And they're like,
I just need a voice where it's like passing this stuff to the it's like stuff over the but this goes to like 7 days. Yeah, because you know, the nighttime photography is
Same. Right now I'm done, right? And also, I know somewhere so I'm just like slowly like, okay, what can I work with?
My thing, like, one thing that was like, just take like
Test, test.
You want the head? Or you can do some
farmers out there,
Oh, yeah.
stuff like that. Because I really like middle nowhere farmers. That's more like a thing that you do after you get
That's why you start doing photos now.
Yeah.
You know, I shoot them, but
Tech scout.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like we did it right at the end of next semester. Next school year.
I don't want it to be like one of those like in the middle of the woods, like super unsaturated. It's like a bunch of bunch of guys fighting with no reason.
What if I drove out here 2 weeks early and then so yeah, like it's a very active facility.
Yeah, maybe. I'm looking at the research at the moment, and they're really on what yet. So I just don't know what do you do?
I don't know at this point. I think I'm exploring the options and like as far as like what more interested in videos, but also I kind of want to try to get a PA job as a teacher film over the summer, and it's pretty easy in LA.
Only if I could join you.
Atlanta's got a bunch of stuff though.
Atlanta's not black Hollywood.
Well,
That's LA, I mean Hollywood is crazy. But yeah, I want to see if that's an option or if like that's not really like an internship now that's not because I want to do something like
yay!
that's like really if you do like a web series or something, you need like 3 it's like 10 weeks.
I really want to like shoot a couple
I know of it, yeah.
That's so good.
A lot of stuff.
It's a pleasure.
You feel me?
Oh my god.
What, did you want to number game? Remember like watching the video, like, oh, it's not have you reality more? I've seen that before, huh? So just say they're like, it's gonna happen.
I'm not super into like the AR, like motion design stuff. Like I definitely.
You know what
Are we sure that?
I was just wondering if that and they're like, oh yeah, by the way, you can try and stuff back. Because like, what do you want if you got a graphic design and 2D animation? And they put it together. Huh? Yeah, I was not surprised. Like, I'm sure one of the 5 years. The villain had this thing that worked in the past and dropped the ball. Or he's working with a guy. Yeah, maybe probably. That was one scene where
Alright guys, I think we're just gonna go ahead and get started. I have Trevor's going to be working on the computer over here to try to get PowerPoint to work. And then in the meantime, I'll just go ahead and get started. How many of you guys are graphic designers? Oh, this is so great. How many of you guys are film? Awesome. How many of you guys are something else? Journalism, fine art?
I'm PR.
PR and graphic design, so great, welcome, hi. I graduated from School of Journalism and Communication too, so. Rosette? Awesome. Okay, so today what I'm going to be talking about is the film that I created recently. It's a documentary, and it was created originally as a 360 project with our amazing producer here, Ryan Moore. Started out as a 360 project, and then what wound up happening is we created a dome film, a feature documentary dome film. And once we have this going, I'll be able to show you a little bit of what that is. But something that I didn't realize earlier on in the project was how important graphic design was going to be to get this project out there, to get this project seen, and to get this project considered as a legitimate piece of art. For those of you who are in film, you know, the whole length of the film, it takes a very long time for pre-production, production, and then post-production to happen, sometimes years. So for example, with the film that I just created, it was 3 years of work. 3 years of work. So, you know, that was all time that was spent doing pre-production, that was all time spent doing production, being out there in a gigantic blizzard. It was so crazy, so much stuff going on. And then coming back, post-production, that was years and years and years of work. Now, you think, okay, the most important thing is like that we have an amazing film, and that is really true. That is very, very, very true. That your film is amazing from beginning to end, that the story is awesome, that it looks really good. All of those things are super, super important. But the thing about a film is that people decide whether or not to watch it in a second. And it's based on what? A single image. A single image. Think about it. Like when you go on iTunes, you're scrolling through all of the different opportunities, right, of what you want to watch. When you go on Netflix, what do you want to watch? What do you feel in the mood for? You decide based on that tiny, tiny little image in that icon. So it's very, very important. People won't watch the 3 years of work that I put into it unless they have, unless they are put into a position where they can make that decision in a moment. So it is really, really, really important. How's it going over here?
Slow and steady.
What is happening? Okay. So what wound up happening with this project is, we're getting closer toward wrapping it up and finishing it up. We had a lot of different, things that we wanted to do with it. We were starting to consider submitting to different festivals. We were wanting to share it. We were wanting to create a website. There are so many things that actually, we need graphic designers for films. So, and I'm talking about like the text that's in the movie, right? So with documentary, you know how they have like the name, and then they have the lower third, or like the description of what happens underneath. Is that going to be, what font is that going to be? How can we have a cohesive look graphically throughout the film? These are things that just really help make the film look and feel so much more like a polished professional piece of product. And of course that poster is also really, really important, which we'll show you soon. You know what, guys? I think what I can do...
Do you want to restart your computer?
What I can do...
It's lagging really fast.
It's probably this. And then I think the HDMI really slows things up. And then maybe plug in the computer. Yeah. The other thing you can do is send the PowerPoint maybe to this. That might be helpful too. Yeah. All right. So, for those of you who are, how many of you are currently in the process of making a film? A student film, something else? Have you guys thought about what you would like for the poster? Do you create posters for your film? Nothing like that. Okay, so moving out into the working world, these are people that could really potentially help you, that are sitting in the audience. So what wound up happening for our film, and Ryan, you're more than welcome to come up and tell the story with me.
You tell it so good. I can't tell it as well as you.
Okay. So what we wound up doing was contacting somebody that we knew from Southern. His name was Misha. And he is a graphic designer working in Los Angeles. And so we knew Misha. Ryan had worked with him before. So what we did, he makes posters for a living now. For Warner Brothers, is that true? So he does tons of graphic design in Los Angeles. We had stayed in touch. And we... I connected with him on First Floor. We worked on First Floor in Brock. Ryan had gotten to know him later on living in LA, I think. And we connected with him again and we said, look, we have this project. It's something new. It's something different. We told him a little bit about what it was. It was like a 360 project that you're going to, kind of see in a headset, that kind of thing. And what he did was, because we had that relationship, we felt super comfortable working with him. We felt super comfortable communicating, what we were wanting, what we were needing, and it just made that working relationship just so much easier. So we sent him a bunch of samples that were pretty all over the place. And once we get this going, I'll show you some of the samples that we sent him. We kind of had a rough idea. We wanted to do a double exposure kind of an idea. And then we also were bringing out all of our different story elements, and we wanted them to be visual and up front and close on the poster. So we had some social media assets, or we had a social media kind of storyline. And so we wanted to have like little pieces of that drawn out. We had these, the title was Oil and Water back then. So we wanted to like bring in some of those visual elements. And then And then he really, he took all of those things and then he incorporated it into one image. So people, once they looked at it, they would know so much of what our film looked like and what it felt like, what it was about, sort of like and yet we wanted it to be intriguing, right? So people wanted to click on it to view it. So the initial process, we submitted all of the work, and then he came back with three different options. And then we took the options, we looked at the options, and then we reviewed them. And then Ryan and I both decided what we liked about the different pieces. And then we took those for another round. So he had 3 very concrete sort of times and windows for us to give our feedback.
Intermission!
Yay! Wow.
David!
No. Okay. And then how do we scroll through?
Arrow keys.
Okay. Sure. Okay. Awesome. Okay. Well, that was a crazy warm-up. Nothing like doing it without all of your visuals when it's a visual talk. Okay, great. So my name is Marina Vahey. I'm a documentary film director. And like I was saying recently, created a film called Indirect Actions with Ryan Moore. It's a virtual reality story. Let's go to the next story. And what I needed for this project was a superhero to help me complete my graphic design vision, because it was such an important piece of the puzzle, like I was saying. We worked on this project for 3 long years. And in a single instant, people would decide whether or not to watch the film or not. So this is so, so, so important. Do not underestimate this step. Let's go to the next slide. So this project, to give you an idea of what it is, because in order to be able to graphic design, you need to know what it is that you're selling. You can see that we're in a giant dome environment. The screen, how many feet would you say it was, Ryan? Like 600?
It was 90 feet across, so I'm not sure what the circumference of that is, but it holds 700 people. It was big theater.
So for this, I just need a big screen, like the biggest of screens.
It's the biggest screen you can
For
get.
the biggest of screens. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, it stretches all of the way around you. It's the world's first immersive documentary feature. So we're doing something really new. We need an image that really sells this, that explains our story. It's about a girl that follows her social media-driven outrage to the icy prairie of North Dakota, only to find adventure, danger, belonging, et cetera, right? So this is our product. Go to the next slide. All right, what do I need? An image that convinces people to go to this experience, right? Because I can't show it. I can't show people what it's like in a headset at home. They need that flat image to make that decision. So graphic design, it was everything. Let's go to the next slide. This is what we started up in. We had our best men on the job. This is what we could do. This is all I know how to do. I mean, I came out of first, I am not a visually artistic person. I can tell a story, and I can tell a story in reality, but this is all I got. And honestly, that was right. So, yeah, and this is like 1,000 times better than I could ever do, right? Okay, let's go to the next slide. All right, so what I wanted to share with you is the amazing journey that we went on in sharing the concepts and what we were looking for, right? Because we had all of these things inside of story that we really wanted to pull out and put on our poster. Okay, so I'm going to share with you the communication that we sent to our graphic designers, so you know how crazy it can be. And then later on, Trevor's going to come in and share with you how to deal with somebody like me, okay? So, And I will say, there's a very good chance that I'm the worst person to work with ever. Because first of all, I'm very picky. I think what you'll find is working with other creatives can often be the most difficult thing that you can do. Sometimes working with, somebody else that's, kind of has more of a business mind is a little bit easier because you can just tell them what you want or what to do. For me, I will fight it if I don't like it. So it's, this is definitely going to be one of the worst situations probably. So this is what we said. Hey, we're really looking to push the social media element to this story, so we'd like to use the glitched out overlay over the images in the poster. See reference 1. I love the look of this glitch. This would be a cool look if it was the collage of different characters, just like the Star Wars New Hope poster. Okay. Gives you a pretty good idea of what the client wants, right? Which is one of the most important things. You're trying to find out what your client wants. Okay, let's go to the next one. I love how the person here is distorted. It's such an abstract face, and you can't tell who the person is, but she's glitched out. Do you have kind of a better idea of what I'm looking for, right? Really good idea, right? Well, now you're, okay, get ready, because this is gonna get really fun. Next slide. Love how you can see the individual images within the image. Could be smaller images from the story as the particulate matter.
You're fired.
Next slide. The epicness of the mind explosion. Illustration on the body on the left is pretty cool. Do we have a good idea? I know, you know exactly what I want now. Okay, next slide. Could be interesting to have a computer at the middle of the poster, or a phone, and then the distorted element of the story on the computer screen. Like you're following the story online, but it's distorted and you really don't know what's true or what's being manipulated. Okay, next slide. This is so for real, that I did to this guy. It's so great. Yeah. Okay. I like the social media references here and how they're crowding the frame. Could be interesting if it was a background element. I love how it gives you a feeling of being overpowering. Completely true in this story. Next slide. Okay, very much along the same line, right? Okay. Love the double exposure, especially how the texture is also integrated. Could be cool to have this distortion be the texture. How are you feeling? We're at number 7, right? Okay, next slide. Love the color scheme produced by the oil and the light. Such a rad color scheme. Okay. Another cool play with oil and water. Love how the bubbles touch but never seem to join. Good. Next slide.
By the way, all of these things do have to do with the story. So while
They all have to do with this story. Yeah.
It is for a reason. We keep going.
Okay. What I like about this isn't the style of the illustration, but the details and the graphic elements that are coming out of his head. I like the idea of having defined characters in the story coming out of the head. Or things like a water cannon, police car, flags, gas masks, horses. Okay, next slide. This was really cool. I don't know why I like it so much, but I do. I think it would be fairly simple to take a photo of me and then Photoshop an explosion onto the face. Can we have moving elements to this poster? Most people will be seeing this online.
We didn't actually say that, did we?
Huh?
No, keep going. Sorry.
I sent him another email, don't worry about it. Here's a follow-up.
That's bad.
Okay, next one. Cool example of the oil and water never mixing. The colors influence each other but somehow seem to separate as well. Okay, next one. Great double negative example. Love how much context it brings to both photos. Okay. And then our last one. Love the color, giving the feeling of being touched by oil. The oil touch colors the person. Wow, see? Sometimes things just don't make sense. And is not easily cleaned off. Okay. So, how are we feeling? How are we feeling? Do we have a good idea of what I'm looking for? Yeah. What do you guys think I'm looking for? Raise your hand. Does anyone have any idea? Okay. All right. So, good question. Like, we had a lot that was going on in our head. Everything seemed to make sense and be cohesive, to me, to us. But I'm sure for him, maybe he's used to getting this all the time. I don't know. We'll have to ask Trevor. So, what happens next, right? So this is what we did. Let's go to the next slide. Took some pictures. Next slide. Took another picture in the bathroom, right? Ryan brought his camera, took a bunch of pictures. Next one. And then this was our key art from the actual event, right? So this is imagery that was taken during the blizzard, during the production of the film. He was asking for assets, right? Next one. Oh, it was, okay, next one, yeah. You can go. Over here.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I
That's
read
okay.
some of it.
Okay, so we sent. Oh my gosh, was that? Yeah, we lost all of it. I'm gonna need this one bigger.
Let's. This is good.
No, it was like it got lost. Okay, so while he's figuring that out, so we had other images that we sent him. So it was like visual assets from the actual blizzard, from the actual march. And then we sent him all of that information.
I have it.
Oh, yay! And then we waited a couple of weeks. And when he's ready, I will show you what we got back, right? Because I'm sure you're wondering how all of this stuff came and trickled together.
Ooh, I love the dramatic pause.
Yes, the drum roll, please. In the meantime, have any of you ever thought about doing graphic design for a film? Any of the graphic designers there? Yeah? What do you think? What do you think about it?
In my other, the previous meeting before that, they talked a little bit also about like motion design and like just for movie posters and all of that, and early on with those Into the Spider-Man multiverse, when they did that presentation, kind of seeing how the power of poster was really important.
Yeah.
And that kind of stuff was really interesting. Because graphic design can be used both for like representing graphic elements, but also helps a lot with movies.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, it can be the deciding factor, make or break, whether somebody watches your film after you put like all of this crazy work into it. Totally.
That's true.
Yeah. Anybody else? Has anybody else considered?
I've always been like with graphic design, what I'm actually more interested in is like the illustrative side of graphic design, posters and things like that. Not just like, obviously all of it's interesting, but more of like your posters, your illustrative stuff.
In doing this, I had absolutely no idea how creative everything was and how pivotal a step this was to the storytelling. Yay! And then next slide. Yay! Okay, so here were some other visual elements that we sent. This was at a protest in North Dakota. So we had all of this cool stuff, right? Like all of these images. This is what was supposed to be coming out of his head, right? Like when he was exploding, that's what we were kind of thinking, right? And then this was, this image wound up being very, very important for later. So take a look at this. This was the two kind of front lines that were coming together. This was one option that we got back. And this was before our title changed 3 different times, by the way. Okay, so you can kind of see how he used the image of me in the bathroom. We have some really cool. I know. See, I'm the worst. I'm like the literal worst. Okay, so and then there's the there's the march that's happening underneath. Cool. This was great. You can also see kind of the digital assets, the sort of glitched out effect that we were talking about. I don't know if I see any oil and water spills there, but look at the color scheme. I mean, doesn't that match like one of the oil spill things that I sent? So I mean, he really was quite the magician. Let's go ahead and go to the next one. And then this was what the kind of the primary artwork for what we got back that we really fell in love with. It was dead on. It was a double exposure. We have kind of the image of the 2 front lines of people coming together. It was a story about, all kinds of people that had a difficult time being on the same page, right? So it's the 2 front lines, people coming together. We have the double exposure of the person in the middle, and we really fell in love with this look. If you look closer, you can kind of see some oil elements, like in the upper left corner, and then of course there's like the glitched out effect that's sort of overlaid. And then let's go to the next one. This is what it looked like with our title, and then with our credit list on the bottom, and then the 4 different logos that we sent in. Okay, and then let's go to the next slide. We wound up using this image everywhere, on everything, because it was so difficult to show images of the actual experience. We wound up having to use this one element, this one piece, for everything. I'm talking about our website right here, which is how people were going to come to our film. They were going to come buy tickets to the experience. We're asking people to pay $30 to $40 for this experience. That's a lot of money, especially when you think of like 2 tickets, for a date night or something like that. That's $60. So it is an investment. They need to be convinced. Let's go to the next one. It's on everything. It's on IMDb. Just for example, and we've just started this out. We've just started using this, and then let's go to the next one. We use this for the banner, right? You can kind of see how the dome seating is right, underneath, and how big that screen is. Let's go to the next one. Something that I completely overlooked, especially for you filmmakers out there, festival programmers are human beings as well. And what I mean by that is you're going to finish your films. You're going to finish your student film, right? Your senior film. How many of you are working on a senior film right now? How many of you are working on a film? Like again, I know some of you are. Ideally, you will submit that, right, to film festivals, some student film festivals. Guess what? When people who are programming, these festivals are scrolling through, looking at the different submissions, how do you think their attitude toward who you are, what they expect for the film, framing it in a correct, sort of mindset? What do you think is better, having a professional looking poster or having something that we had prior? What do you think is going to be better? How important do you think that is going to be? It's absolutely critical. I guess what I'm saying right now is this, having a good poster and a good film and a good image also could be a primary factor of whether or not you get programmed. Do you agree with that, Ryan?
Yeah, I just finished actually putting together a film festival series, and I can tell you that the key art was a large amount of the decision for us just to consider and watch the film. We're talking about 700 films that you're supposed to watch. You're not going to be able to watch all of them, and you can tell which ones are serious about it and which ones aren't, because the serious ones are going to take the time to make a piece of art that represents the film, like she's saying.
That's
so
correct.
it's really, really important. Plus, if you're going to do a press release, you want to show them something cool, not just a screen grab. So, yeah.
And I would say too, not only visuals, but look at the verbal here. This tells the story, right? This is the words to the story. This is what really sells it in. Like, what is this film? You can look at the photo and you can get it, but you really want to understand the details, like what's going to be happening in this story. And that's why I've been harping on people to take writing classes. Learn how to write. You're going to need writing for every single facet of your life. Your vows for your wedding, you're going to write them. You know, if you ever have a movie, you need to write that. If you're going to be promoting anything, you will be writing.
It's true.
Right.
It's really true. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, something I want to say is throughout this entire process, and just to kind of give you an idea of where your clients are coming from potentially, I thought that I was super easy. Like the best client in the world. I'm so easygoing, you know, I don't complain, I'm really nice, you know, like, you know, we're making a great piece of art, right? Like we're collaborating. This is, you know, Misha's biggest dream, you know, to collaborate and make amazing art. Like that's literally what I thought. So just giving you that kind of understanding, like right out the starting gate. Okay, I think, is there anything? Okay. This is just one of my favorite quotes. I really like it. I don't know why it's still in there. Anyway.
Do you want to read it?
A good life is one hero's journey after another. Over and over again, you are called to the realm of adventure. You are called to new horizons. Each time, there is the same problem. Do I dare? And then if you do dare, the dangers are there, and the hope also in the fulfillment or the fiasco. There's always the possibility of a fiasco. But there's also the possibility of bliss. And I think the reason why I included that is just, there were so many points along the way where Ryan and I, we really were making something new and we were trying to visualize something brand new and what that would be or what that would look like. And there were multiple points along the way where it felt like we were destined for fiasco, possibly still are. But there's also the possibility of pulling off something amazing and being able to use your art and express yourself and tell these stories is why we do this. And that is really, for me, that's bliss. That's my definition of bliss. So, yeah, it's worth all of the confusion and the frustration, I like to think. So, Trevor, I'd like to invite you to come up here. And you're going to have an amazing perspective, I think, because you've kind of heard a little bit about, you know, what I was like as a client, and yeah, and I am curious, how would you handle somebody like me?
Oh, how do you do that? I want to stand here because I want to flip through a few of these things because, honestly, if Maranatha was my client, and I received that level of detail, it would be awesome. That would be incredible. Do you know how many times we've gotten creative briefs that have 2 lines in them? I'm serious. I'm really serious about this.
You're joking.
No. We have gotten creative briefs in the past that have been so vague. We've had calls with clients asking to clarify the details. We can get nothing out of them. And until they actually see a first round of something, can they actually then make a judgment. So if I got all this up front, I'll give you exactly what you want. And so I think how you need to go about this is, yes, there's a lot of information here. There's a lot of ideas. But you can see themes through this, right? So without flipping through all these images, what do you remember? What are some of the themes that you remember from these examples? Go ahead, just shout them out.
Oil colors.
Oil colors, yes, exactly.
Glitch effect.
Glitch, yes. What else?
Double exposure.
Yes, right. Honestly, they're the three that I saw throughout, right? So as we click through, well, maybe the exploding head is a new one too. No, but that exploding head is kind of the double exposure idea, right? So for me, you're going to take these ideas. Oh, social media too is something else. But what you're going to do is you're going to take all of this information and you're going to start listing it out. You're going to have it on a whiteboard. You're going to say, here are the 3 things that she has to see in her poster. So you're going to do the glitching, you're going to do the double silhouette or double exposure, and then you're going to do the oil. And so how you'll go from there is you'll start pulling out individual pieces and see how they can work together. Now chances are, it's going to be really tough to get all 3 of those to work together as one consistent unit. But honestly, what Misha did is actually really great, because it tells a story with seemingly one visual, right? You have the girl. The girl is the heroine through this, right? She's the one who's experiencing the event. She is going there to make, she's enraged by what she sees on social media. So now she's going to go to this landscape and determine what's happening. So you know it's a story about a girl, right? That's the biggest feature of this. Second, you know there's confrontation, right? There's 2 sides. So there's 2 sides of every story. So you can tell that this girl is going to tell 2 parts of a story. And then lastly, the glitching. So you know this is digital focused, right? This is something you're going to see on social media. This is something that has texture, that has movement, that was filmed pretty raw in environments where maybe they couldn't be prepared. And then lastly, you have that oil, right? This is a story about water and oil. The things that don't come together, right? So it's honestly pretty impressive that Misha was able to put this together and honestly create one story with one, in my opinion, impactful visual. That's what I got.
Trevor, so good.
Does anybody have any questions? You've seen kind of 2 sides of the same coin. Do any of you guys have questions about the process or what happened?
How many times did you meet up with Misha for like review?
Say that one more time.
Great question.
Great question.
How many times did you meet up with Misha for like a constant review, or how often?
Yeah. So, you know, that kind of brings me to another thing. Like, Trevor, how important is it for you to have set feedback sessions with clients?
Yeah. No,
especially, you know, in the beginning creative stages.
Yeah. So the way that, so the advertising agency that I used to work in, or the industry I used to work in, is fairly structured as far as who does what role. So there will be a client management team who deals mostly with the clients, who has that direct relationship with them. And then there's the creatives who actually produce the work. And then there's a bunch of other departments, but at this point we don't need to discuss. But what's going to happen is you're going to go back and forth a lot with your client services team, because they're going to be the ones that actually tell you what the brief is about. And if you have questions, if creative has questions, you share that with client services. Client services then goes back to the client. So there's going to be a lot of back and forth before anything is even started. And then you set the date that you're going to present the work. You have your first round, second round. I've been up to 17 rounds with things.
Oh my gosh.
So, yeah.
I am the best client. So it was not 17 rounds. It was, gosh, I think it was like 3. I think it was 3 or 4. But unfortunately, we had so many title changes. I think he was pretty irritated with us toward the end there. So it's like, it's gonna be this, you know, and then it was gonna be that.
But honestly, the thing is too, you're making money. Like a designer.
That's true.
A designer is making money on a project, right? That's why you take on the project, which is also really important while you know what the scope of that project is. So assuming Misha freelanced this, right? This wasn't through Warner Brothers. So Misha set the expectation with Maranatha up front, knowing how much work was involved with this. And I don't know if you went on an hourly rate or if it was more project-based rate, but.
I think it was project-based.
Project-based?
Yeah.
So anything that Misha does then, it's a flat rate, right? So every incremental hour that he works on this, he's getting less per hour, right? So it's really important for him to know what the scope of that project is. Because if he doesn't understand the scope, he's going to be making less money because he's going to be putting in more time. So that's a really important part to know.
We did take a phone call with him initially, where we talked a lot about what we wanted to do, what it was going to look like, you know, what our hopes were for it. And then we did have a couple of different rounds of feedback. I don't remember those phone calls being very long. I think they were like half an hour at the most.
I mean, we just had the one first phone call. We never met face to face with our designer ever. So that's another thing. If you want to design or you like doing this kind of work, you don't have to be in the location. We only knew of him because of his amazing work through Warner Brothers. But we never met with him face to face. We did everything virtually, and most of it was all through email.
Yep.
And we were still able to get an amazing image.
And if I could say too, Misha was at the university when I was here and when Maranatha was here. And Misha, I mean, the guy is talented. Not gonna lie. He was one of the best of the class. I mean, and you can see the work he's doing. So honestly, choosing him to kind of to be your design partner for this.
We'll choose you next time, Trevor.
Yeah, you next.
Yeah, that was a shameless plug for me wanting to get
done
Oh man, yeah, it was pretty great. I will say something that we tried to do on our end is Ryan and I really had a concerted effort to be on the same page before we approached Misha or like talked about things. Like we knew what we wanted first and then approached him as a unit. And I thought that was made things very streamlined.
Yes. I feel like there are times when I've been on client calls
Yeah.
where clients who are working remotely in different locations have not agreed upon a direction before we get on the call. And then suddenly the call that's made to determine the creative is then bickering back and forth to determine what the direction is.
Mhm.
And then that's when the client management team steps in and says, okay, why don't we drop from this call, let you discuss, come up with a better direction, and then get back to us. So that's actually really nice you guys made sure you were like that.
Didn't happen all the way along.
Well, that's all right. Nothing is perfect.
Anybody else?
So if I understand correctly, you're saying when it comes to making a poster or just kind of branding for the film, and maybe an on-set photographer, or maybe if you're doing it yourself, like more intentional photography would be more ideal than using frames from your film.
Yeah. High res photos. And the other thing that's happening that's super important that we realized afterward the fact is we had no on-set photographer during this event. Nobody who was shooting us or what we were doing. And then when we came to put together our press packet and our press kit, we had like 0 images. And so we had to give Trevor actually designed our media kit. I sent him like 23, 24 pages of just text and terrible pictures from my cell phone. And that's literally it.
And if I could just say, so this is the type of stuff you'll need to expect one day. So Maranatha said, I'm going to send you files over the weekend. It's fine, she didn't. She was working on putting it together, understandable. So she also tells me it's probably going to be around 3 or 4 pages. So then Friday evening of a very busy week, I love this girl. Friday evening of a very busy week, I get a text message and a Google Doc invite.
You're just like, I'm coming in hot!
And I knew the deadline, or when she wanted to send this out to media, was Wednesday.
Right.
So I get it.
Because we have like literally 2 days.
No.
To like get anyone to even come to this thing. To get them to come to the premiere, we have 2 days.
It was Tuesday night because Monday was the holiday.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe it.
And so she needed it the next day. I
Right.
think, wasn't it?
Oh yeah.
I'm lying now.
Oh my gosh, we needed it like in
It was
hours.
like
immediately.
So I get the document and what I thought would be 3 pages 23 pages. But I tell you what, you take the information, you read through it, you figure out how to break it out, you know, what the structure, what the outline of it actually is, and you roll. You go quick, really quick.
You crush
But it's
it.
possible.
Yeah.
It's possible.
It's like this thick, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's totally nuts, it's not what I thought.
And that's the type of stuff you have to expect when working with clients. I mean, this is gonna happen all the time. Every single project. You're gonna have clients sit on work and not expect you to change, or not expect them to then change the deadline. You still need to get them the stuff when they want it, and you're like,
Oh my gosh. And I mean, by the way, I worked all throughout that weekend
Oh, I can
on the
imagine.
same, okay, I
Oh,
I
I
don't
know.
want you to think that I like, you know.
it's all coming to a
That
head
I was
on
just sitting
stage.
back. Anyway, anyone else?
Yes.
I was curious, so after the premiere, how do people consume this? Yeah, like could somebody actually watch this on like a smartphone? Or is it kind of just like the one premiere in that dome?
Like a one and done?
Yeah, I was curious about that.
Absolutely not, yeah. Yeah, that would be crazy. Ryan, do you wanna answer that? He's the producer, he can share the plans.
Share it.
The plans.
So this film, unfortunately, is very hard to see because you actually have to have a custom environment to watch it in. Now, luckily, there's about 500 of these theaters around the country, and they're called planetariums. So what we're actually doing is slowly turning planetariums into movie theaters, one at a time, and we're working with some really great companies. So soon, you're gonna see more content, like dome content in planetariums. Really, it's just following the same model as IMAX. Because IMAX was all on science centers first. I'm guessing a lot of your guys' first IMAX experiences weren't Marvel movies. It wasn't like Christopher Nolan films like it is now. It was probably Space Station 3D or something like that. And so it's that's what we're trying to do, and that's why it's a little bit hard. We will be showing it in different places and at some point releasing it in virtual reality, but it's still a film. Back to the videos anywhere a little bit. It's just frames. They're just regular frames. So new format for sure, and that is the challenge. That's why I think this is such a great example for overcoming something that might be a little bit outside of the normal film world, but still needs the same promotional assets. You will always need a poster. Even if you make anything, oh, you got the teaser, yeah, great. So yeah, you can see there's like a planetarium bottom, but if you look up, the whole thing's a screen.
So in the dome, it kind of looked like that. We had the, here we go. We had the.
Skip forward like 40 seconds and see.
Is there sound?
No.
There we go. So you can kind of see, here's the dome, people sitting in the dome. And then this is what it looks like all around you.
If you want to see, I do have a headset and can show you scenes of this. If you guys do want to see, just find Marantha and I later.
So we did have a really special project. It was very different. It was very new, and we needed a visionary graphic designer to help us out. And that's what Misha did. Does anybody else have any questions? Yeah.
You mentioned that a lot of clients tend to have like a couple sentences for what they want. What would you recommend, like not in an aspect where you wouldn't waste time designing something super complicated, what would you recommend doing to figure out what they want?
I don't know. Honestly, every client is different. Sometimes you're gonna ask for more information and they're gonna come back with too much. Sometimes you're gonna ask and they're gonna come back with an additional sentence. So it's gonna completely depend on who that client is. I think depending on where you are in your career, whether you're doing freelance on the side right after college, or if you're actually working at a larger advertising agency, creative shop, Warner Brothers studio, you're also gonna have a team to support you to figure out exactly what the client is expecting. Sorry, that's not like super clear, but. Anything else?
One last.
I was just curious, I guess, about the viewing experience for something like this. I saw, well, when we were kind of like looking down around the dome, a lot of times it's like there's just people kind of sitting in chairs there. With the whole 360 experience, does that affect how you actually, I guess, view it? Are you still viewing it as one thing right in front of you, or is it the full immersive experience? And how does that? I mean, I guess I understand that it's like it's actually being projected like that. But how, if I guess what I'm thinking is like if I'm sitting in a chair right now, I'm just like looking back like this, or how can you further that immersive experience?
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, great point. Mostly, there's going to be a sweet spot, and that is probably going to be like the front 45-degree range from 0 straight in front of you. What is kind of cool about, I don't need the microphone now. What is really cool about this project is that a number of the scenes, and it's not this one, this is the opening scene. How much do you guys know, do you guys remember the 2016 Standing Rock protests that happened in North Dakota? It was all about an oil pipeline that was going through. Well, this is actually from there. This is literally December 5th on the Standing Rock Reservation. And this scene is kind of like the end of the film. It's the most crazy part of the entire movie. So of course it's in the trailer. But this is also one of the least interesting scenes when it comes to the 360. Because other than the flag that hits the camera and creates this really cool white, really, there's no focal point that you're being drawn to. Now, later on in the film, there's a couple great scenes that are taking place inside a car as the team is trying to determine whether or not they're going to go for this march, or they're going to leave, or what they're going to do. Are they going to like attack the police? They don't know. And each person in the car is surrounding the camera. So then suddenly when you have a chance, like you'll hear people talking, and you do have to turn around to see what they're saying or hear what they're saying. And those are kind of a little bit more of those immersive aspects of using the full 360 kind of landscape. But what you're kind of getting at is the idea of focal point within an image. What are you looking for your audience to be attracted to? And when you're looking at a window media, it's pretty simple, just like force them somehow to get their eyes to go across the screen. But if you're having to get someone to turn around, it's going to have to be a better reason than just like a distraction. They're going to have some reason to turn around. Same storytelling aspects, same kind of like lightness, darkness, bright colors versus dull colors. All of those design principles work still, but you have to be intentional about it. You have to actually use them rather than just accidentally do it right. So it's a little more complicated.
And I think, I mean, that too is almost a great segue into graphic design.
Ooh!
Because the design principles, the idea of focus and getting someone's attention, getting them to look at one thing in particular, like with this movie poster, like it acts as one solid element. You first look at the silhouette of the girl, and then you're looking at the dichotomy between the two sides. Like immediately, you just go right to it. So it's all about creating like dominant versus subdominant in any design.
All right, thank you so much, guys. If you guys want to have if you have any additional questions, feel free to reach out to any of the three of us. We'll stick around for a little bit. And Ryan.
I'm great. That was really cool.
Yes.
Oh, no,
yeah.
that was cool.
That was great.
Just in case I would
in a way, we should just like has my dream. In a way, yeah.
Wait, where's the score?
I would love to have the opportunity. I can't guarantee it's going to be as good as pictures. Yeah.
I volunteer as, I'm his official poster person. Get 50. We're the same age, dude.
When I turn 50, I'm gonna be 50.
I'm gonna be 100.
When I turn 50,
Because I was like, this is what he does, maybe he just knew to put this together. Because I was thinking to myself, to die.
I'm
to see how much.
Like a year.
Yeah,
We're the day
like
before,
it
they
gave me
go,
like, it was
When I
pretty good.
finally turn 10, I'll be
Seriously. You did a really nice job like setting it up.
I'm 10 yet, dude. I'm like 8.5. Who said that? That's debatable. It's true. No, it's debatable. No, it's true.
Yeah.
It's very true. So debatable.
Yeah, that's what you want to do. Honestly.
And
you don't have to worry about that at 18. Yeah, you do. You worry about that when you graduate college. Not
Dude, I'm paying for my own
It
college.
was-
Paying for taxes.
So when is your confused throwdown?
Tomorrow.
No. Once you start a job, at age 16, you have to start paying taxes. Yep.
Yeah, you did. They took them out of here.
Yeah.
Depends on how much you take.
They still took, they still took them in.
It's gonna take a huge.
Yeah.
Still took, I don't know.
They take a portion of what.
Yeah.
You all have problems. I gotta pay that.
I remember, it took me forever, they didn't tell me what the tax rate was for when they took scalpels.
You asked me questions about
Calculated
You
myself,
just go
and
there.
boy, am I bad at math.
I will do that.
Did any of you guys want to see what it looks like inside a headset?
I do. I'm gonna go see if Lucky's got it.
Okay, cool.
I'll be right back.
I had 3 of my friends.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I'm supposed to do that.
No, you gotta be around people you trust, which I mean maybe.
I'll call you later.
Yeah, so it's probably the same exact thing.
Same exact thing. Yeah, let me just get this started real quick.
That's VR.
Before speeding up.
Absolutely, I do.
Although, yes, that kind of reminds me of Black Mirror.
Let's form
I don't know why, but that reminds me
Oh,
of
it
a
does
Black
remind
Mirror
me of Black
episode.
Mirror.
A Black Mirror episode, like the logo of it.
Yeah. Well, I do
Maybe
love
it's
Black
like-
Mirror, so I'll take that as a
Black Mirror
compliment.
is,
It's a great show.
it's a great show. It's confusing.
You guys seen that pig episode?
That's the first episode, right?
No, everybody says
I've
don't
never
watch.
forgotten it.
Don't watch the first episode. If you ever watch Black Mirror,
You've
never
seen
watch
Black Mirror?
it.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Do not watch
So the
first
Prime Minister
episode.
does the pig?
Oh, I heard about it. I heard
That's
about
the first episode, and my friends were like, "Hey, should we watch Black Mirror?" And I was like, "Oh, absolutely! Here's the episode you should watch."
Don't
And
watch the first
they think I'm weird now.
I mean, you shouldn't the first episode.
Well, I mean, I was just being honest.
No, if you, the first episode that I would introduce people to Black Mirror would be Nosedive. Because that's a little bit more like, okay, this is what
Oh,
the
yeah,
show's gonna
no.
be about.
Is that the system where it's like all in the headset?
I don't
Yeah.
know the names of
Yeah.
celebrities ever.
No,
but
it's way nicer than
Nosedive is all on the phone.
No, I hate mine.
I know them by their characters. and
Yeah,
that's-
I remember when you first.
I can't believe I did say
That's
it
the
without
one
like
that-
hitting it.
VR.
Give it time.
No, that would be terrifying if it included Weeping Angels.
Yes.
That would be so
would be
scary.
awesome, but
Oh
terrifying.
my
If you
god.
just turn around, there's only one angel. You have to like, you just keep on looking at her as it gets closer.
But the TARDIS would be amazing in 3D. 360. That would be awesome.
All right, cool. Now you can actually hear the audio of what she's saying. All right, so right here.
Better yet,
Guardian.
Planar Fields.
Just take a look real
Better yet,
quick.
Star
You
Wars
kind of
Battlefront.
understand a little bit of the experience.
The original
Lost Jedi.
The original trilogy in 3D. Like imagine you're just set in the Clone Wars era, and you're in the middle of
Honestly,
the battlefield, and you're in a VR headset. And
the
you're just like,
CGI
hey,
hasn't
it's quite
dated.
Duncan, or it's.
Well,
The
I've
CGI
got,
hasn't dated.
It's a really good
Fallen
quality
Order.
headset.
Fallen Order.
2000.
Fallen
it's
Order.
gotten so much better. I've got Vader Immortal. If you've never played Vader Immortal,
I have.
I need to play that.
it's good.
But it's only on Oculus, and I hate that.
Yeah.
I'm not about to spend like $400 just to play Vader.
I've got to tell you, I don't.
High five.
I have a Vive, I have a Rift, and I have a Rift S, and I've got this. And well, yeah, no, I expense it, so it's a tax deduction. You're good.
I'm a college student.
Yeah, no, anytime. But like the Quest, I use way more than any of the other
Because you take it with you.
Is it this one?
Yeah. And also like, it's just you were talking about wires, right?
can't play Beat Saber without like messing up somehow because the wire's in the way.
Yeah, no, and Beat Saber on this, it's stupid fun.
Can you get mods on that, or is it still restricted to?
Well, they just changed it. It used to be, you could do, it's called Beat Hack or something like that, and you could sideload songs. And now they don't let you do that. Check it out, check it out. You should check it out too. I think you're outside of the Guardian. It's gonna give you grief.
Oh, I see people.
Yeah, you need to come back in.
Oh wow. Okay. Cool.
Now I'll pop you back in.
Cool. Huh.
No, it's epic movie. You guys gotta, like.
I would, but then $30.
Oh, yeah.
And no,
Well, no, she was real nice. It was actually $60 a ticket. It was double what she had said, but.
So the premiere has already happened?
Yeah, premieres happened. I don't know if we're gonna be able to bring this to anywhere near here, unfortunately, because there are no humanitarians around.
What about?
Hi, Steve.
What about any?
Yeah, it's just such
That's
a worse
360, but
experience.
yeah.
I'm just gonna Steve.
I tried VR stuff.
I mean, I just realized that somebody could just be looking at one of the like the CGI dudes just for the whole movie. Just like, hi, Steve.
Totally. Yeah, no, I mean, there's a lot of here. I'll throw Beat Saber on here. Have you guys tried Beat Saber?
Yes.
All right. Well, you're about to try the best thing in the world.
It's terrifying and fun at the same time. I can't go past hard.
Here, let's find a better
Because
place.
the expert's way too hard.
Yeah, expert's really
And
ridiculous.
Expert Plus is like hell.
I mean, they had to do.
I can do hard though.
Huh? They had to do a virtual
Oh.
simulacrum.
Oops. Yeah. No.
They had to do a virtual simulacrum.
Alright, let me just create the Guardian again.
Simulation. There we go. For the Navy, and we were all dying.
All right. Cool.
This is why I prefer to.
There's a, like Ready Fireball.
Yeah, no, not that quite yet.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
hate how-
have you tried Super Hot?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Time only moves.
I haven't done a
when
video
you
on it, though.
move.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll do that maybe a little bit later.
Okay.
But here, Beat Saber. We'll just get you guys started on Beat Saber, and whoever hasn't tried Beat Saber, this is the best game in VR right now. Like
So
straight
you don't
up.
have any extra maps on there?
No, who wants to go?
Do you have the DLC?
I don't think so. Yeah, it's the ones you have to pay for, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. All right. So I need your hand. Here, you can come out of the thing, and then you'll be able to see me. So yeah. Bloop. And cool. Bloop. All right, great. You see your Guardian now? It's like the cage you can walk into.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and walk back into it.
Just one player
Oh,
three,
like that?
second player one.
Yeah. Yep. You already know how to do it.
Nice snack.
All right. So choose solo play.
Thank you.
Okay, what do I push?
Trigger go in the trash can. Like right next to it.
Alright, blurry.
If I can have it.
All right. If blurry, go ahead and try to adjust it on your head.
We're gonna
You just
see.
need to readjust the headset. Actually. No, you just go
Got
ahead.
it.
That's better already?
Yep.
All right. So pick a song,
Okay.
and then probably go with normal, not hard, right off the bat.
And you see the little boxes, slicing them into direction.
Yeah, oh yeah, and that's the thing. All right, so,
How do I turn it down? Is this what it is? Oh, it's working. Okay.
all right, now just go ahead and hit start.
Play? Or
Yeah, play. Here, stand back, you might. I don't think I ever showed you. I showed you the Vader one. I never showed you this one. So yeah, it's a lot more fun when you're inside of it. It's pretty much slashing these boxes. Okay.
So funny just in the music.
Yeah.
Just
Check. Try again.
Okay.
Oh, so you see red walls coming at you, you want to move.
It's a lot more interesting when you put it on a screen, though. People can see what you're doing. Otherwise, you were the one asking the questions about. Okay, yeah, we. Where were you 5 minutes ago, man? Putting away the camera, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, grabbing snacks, you know. Yeah.
Oh, do you have graphic design right now? You said?
No, sorry, I just said grabbing snacks.
Oh.
No.
No,
Yeah,
good choice.
of course, you know. I was curious though, how did like the sound design of
I
it
used the
play
actual source,
play
so
out?
this is a bit weird.
Like, was there like a lot of like sound design going into like a?
Into this
Yeah.
hill?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure, but
Days and days of sound design before we actually got a sound designer involved,
Mhm.
and then we spent
Is there still coffee out there?
4 days pretty much in his like dedicated trying to get it right, and then still got a lot of work to do.
And then we went through it
Great.
second by second by second, telling him what we wanted and what we wanted to highlight.
there were certain elements to the story that were more important than others. Ryan had mostly laid in all of the tracks for the music, and so how he wanted those performed and mixed, he was very, particular on
Very
those.
ridiculously particular about that.
Yeah, but what we did was we really did lay in.
Coming tomorrow morning?
I've seen like the video.
We did as much as we could on our own.
Yeah, right.
So anything that we wanted to add, anything we wanted to highlight,
really into it.
we did that on our end, like very crudely. And then he did a full amphasonic sound mix with spatialization.
Do you want to try this?
We'll give you a record.
You're gonna?
Yeah, and
Well, here,
that
let's
was
have her try
really
first, and then you can take a whack at it first.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah.
Very
Have you
cool.
ever done Beat Saber?
Very, very cool.
Alright.
I mean, just as soon as during the session, he's like, oh yeah, there's a part where it's like people are talking around the car, and I was like, I don't know.
What that's like?
Yeah.
You're in a giant dome with like 30 speakers that are surrounding you, that are each like this big, some of them twice as big at the front. And with the audio, you can isolate to the degree where it's coming from in that spatialized sound mix. So you can be like, okay, at 36 degrees, I want the sound to come out here, and then you can assign that with the audio program. So it'll come out this way. And somebody is standing over here, it can come out this way. And so you really do feel like you're very much immersed.
Can you still see me? Alright,
That's very cool.
It's pretty far out.
Yeah.
Still there?
I mean,
What does it say? Does it say like Confirm guardian?
John was Ryan's contact, and he was pretty incredible.
Trigger it. Great.
How did
restart.
the recording of all that go? Would it just be like normal set recording and then it's more just a post process there? Okay.
Post.
Oh, then you
Yeah, 100% post.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now you got 2 lightsabers in your hands?
Yeah, he's
Check
graphic
them out, knock them together.
Oh, nice.
Alright,
Cool.
now smash the
Yeah,
box.
I've been working here and there.
There you
Yeah. If I could do everything over, every time I made a
You
film,
lost already.
I would figure out a way to get a graphic designer to do a poster. Because here's the thing,
I think Assassin's Creed.
what
would be
shows up
really
on
cool
my
if you did a VR
my
one.
IMDb
got-
and
have
I
you played
can't get
Robo
it
Recall?
down is crap.
So they've got a couple things
You
like
know,
that.
even though the films
issue
are
is that
pretty good,
movement
I don't think they're bad,
makes you sick.
Yeah.
but they look like
There's
crap.
this one where you're like laying on your back.
Just from the
Yeah, it's like
poster?
moving between
From the
like
poster,
cars
from the
and stuff.
visuals that I uploaded, like they were
Yeah.
stills from the
Yeah.
film, and like they're not
I'm
that
gonna lay on my
great,
back
you
just to
know?
play the game.
It's not like they're
So,
incredible, they don't say
play
anything
PSVR
about the
version.
film. It
Have you ever
doesn't,
tried VR?
a still from a film is not the same as a
Alright,
poster.
you're gonna have to get,
You want a
try this, what
poster
it's doing.
to be on your IMDb.
So basically
Anything else.
Yeah.
Kind of just start getting in. If I was a graphic designer, which are going to like getting in touch with a lot of
what do you wanna
filmmakers
do?
and be like, hey, do you
Yes.
guys? All right.
Like if you could do 3, like just,
Are you wanting to pick
you
it
know
up?
what? You know what? Don't go for the filmmaker first, go for the film. So hear about their film, and if something comes to mind, then be like, hey, I'm offering you this. You can take it or leave it.
Yeah.
And if
Take you into a
then
big
you
menu.
make what you want to make for them, not what they want.
The tanks game.
Because this is about you doing
That
a
makes me sick
portfolio.
instantly.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying.
Like,
Right.
Right now, I'm in another school project, Analysis, and I've been doing. I'm the only graphic designer in that whole Flash team. So I've been working for them a lot, but I also want to like, I want to build my portfolio. Like, I want more experience.
Totally.
No, but if it's anything like Eve, Valkyrie.
Hear what their films are, and if it gets you excited, if something comes to mind,
Yeah.
because you don't want to force it. But if it's along the line of what you want to do and your look and your brand, oh my gosh.
Yeah, I don't have that. I don't have that. But
It's so much help for a filmmaker.
I don't. Yeah, we don't.
I mean, they'll take.
The only thing about
I would
Valkyrie
imagine
on
that they
this
would take
is
whatever you
games
offer.
or the age of the film. I can actually
You know.
put the movie on real quick and you can see what I was showing.
Will you rate everything I do?
Yeah, the more you can do it for a real project. I know you guys do a lot of makeup stuff, made up stuff,
Yeah.
but if you can do it for another, for a film major.
Because even right now, I've helped a little bit storyboards here and there, but the other main thing is like
But what you're about to see is
a lot of things is sketches.
film.
That's I wouldn't say an issue, but kind of an issue. It's like for me in the graphic design progress, I end up doing like I used, like in the beginning of the year, I started with 20 to 25, and by now I'm doing like 70 to 100 different types of thumbnails and sketches.
So this is
I'm
passive, don't worry about the control.
I don't know if it would be overwhelming for like graphic design student.
Yeah,
like, graphic
you bet.
design
I can't see
producer.
it, there's a bunch of lights in my
Here,
eyes.
here's like 170
Yeah, see,
thumbnails
man.
about your movie.
That's
Because I do
you
narrow
wanna
it
see
down,
the,
like as much as I can,
in a
but it's
second.
still like a lot.
And then don't worry.
Like, what would you
yeah.
recommend that to like
I wanna
just
see if
present
you
like
can
my
beat-
top
you can
three?
score for sure.
Or,
Beat my
like-
beat saber.
So you,
yeah,
instead of
she's
sending like
actually
100,
sealed.
you're saying like, should I send top
Yeah.
three photos or whatever?
Better understanding, right?
Send your best.
Alright.
Like, it's better to do your best rather than this is my entire thing. Because, I mean, something I learned when going through the PR was like, if it's not at a 10, you don't put it out.
Alright. So yeah.
So we had
you
some
end up
photos
getting
that like
thrown
were
into this-
okay, like kind of blurry,
It's a
whatever. I
protest
wasn't
march.
sure what to do, and she was like, if it's not
Yeah,
a
yeah,
10,
that is the
don't
actual,
let anyone see it
Stand
because
Rock
it
protest march
drags
that unfortunately
down.
is in the middle of a North Dakota
gotcha.
blizzard.
Yeah.
So it's like
Thank
70
you.
mile-an-hour winds and it was like rain and 20 degrees Fahrenheit. It was like
Yeah.
a horrible situation. All of our cameras were breaking.
Dude, I'm the best at Beat Saber. No, you're not. I am.
So are there like other
I'm the best at Beat Saber.
this kind of films?
No.
Dude, that's not how that works.
Yeah, there are educational films like planetariums that have them. You have to stand where she's standing because it's in the. Yeah, there you go. And then But no, when we started out, we thought that there would be more movies that we could reference, and we found out pretty quickly that there was nobody that had ever done anything like this.
Because this would be the first immersive 360 film
Yeah, feature film. Yeah. Yeah.
in the world.
Yeah, as weird as it sounds, you're looking at the director of the very first feature-length film. I didn't direct it. You can't point back.
Producer!
But yeah,
You made me do it.
And that is kind of the fun thing is that when we were just starting out, it was just like a regular kind of film project. And
All the
then
360 movies that are like gonna come up afterwards are gonna be based off of your film. Like they're gonna grab your
yeah, well, some people already have. Yeah, I mean, like we literally showed it to a bunch of people, and they were like, "Great, we need to talk to you and have meetings about how you did this." So like, don't limit yourself to just.
How do I?
Can you see me? Yeah, step back.
How do I? So the circle is actually like.
You need to confirm the Guardian real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, confirm the Guardian. Is it playing now? There you go. But yeah, that's another thing. If you guys want to get into immersive filmmaking, you could probably be the first to make something.
I feel like it still needs a little bit of a ways to go.
Oh, yeah.
Because when it comes like you actually wearing a headset, you can look all around you just fine. But if you were like move in like the Z-axis at all, you get like motion sick. Because there's nothing programmed.
Right now I'm just like working on posters.
So if there was a way for you to be able to actually move in all 360 degrees in a film, that would definitely be a step up.
Well, that's where Unreal kind of works. So Unreal Engine, if you guys look at what
I mean,
they're
like
doing.
your games work fine, but when it comes to like movies and stuff, that's when.
But even like if you had John Wick, now you're not gonna have those amazing colors and amazing cinematography by having a VR experience. So you're losing that aspect. But you could totally put yourself in that environment, and as long as their models are good enough, you could walk around in it a little tiny bit. And that is legitly an experience that you could call a film.
Imagine a full first-person film, feature film, with a headset.
It's like Action Henry.
Yeah, but with like a
Action
headset
Henry,
on.
but with a headset.
Yeah. It was like
Is that Hardcore Henry?
Yeah.
It's the same movie.
Yeah, Hardcore Henry.
Okay, so actually, really crazy. Do you guys know who Randall Kleisner is?
No.
All right, so Randall Kleisner's a director. He made a couple movies called like Grease and Honey We Blew Up the Kid and White Fang, and a couple other movies. Some people have seen. He actually created for VR an experience where you're stuck in a wheelchair.
And like these people are doing all these things around you, and you're like a cryogenic person, so you just got woken up, and then your family like is trying to keep you in the hospital, so the insurance payments keep happening, and they have to keep you sick so that like the hospital can exist. It's like this big long crazy story. But that was it's an hour, and the whole time you're stuck in this wheelchair. And so like I talked to him, and we luckily formatted it and brought it to Domes, and it works so well in Domes because
I
it's.
don't know if you realize who you're talking to right now. Ryan is the pioneer of this entire thing. He founded the first ever Dome Festival in Los Angeles. He programmed it. He's the guy that connects all of these dots. It's pretty bananas. If you want to do immersive,
There's not a lot of people working in this space.
he's
Let's
the
just go with
only
that.
one.
But
Pretty much that's how that works.
Right?
no. You guys, I do encourage you though. The only reason why we had a chance to do this is because we stopped treating video as video or film as film. And suddenly just started asking questions of what can we do this? Because something you'll realize really quickly with 360 video, you can't cut. I mean, you can literally end a scene and go to a different scene, but if you guys have ever made a documentary, you know that you pick your sound bites. And then you put B-roll on top of it, right? Well, what if you couldn't pick your sound bites? How would you tell a story that way? That's where she is a genius.
Yes.
And are they setting something up? You guys setting something up?
Yes, we're coming up in the next few minutes.
Great.
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 Do it.
Can we help you?
Some other benches, wherever they are. I think back there.
He got you.
All right.
Oh, great question. So, well, CGI, it's not really CGI as much as, because animation ain't like CGI as a part.
Well, I just actually was talking to
You have film, CGI, which is like animation that's supposed to look real life.
the students. They were like,
A bunch of things there. But it's really it's the basic idea of what it takes to animate something, and it doesn't like.
yeah, exactly.
Don't worry about hey, I've got this. Yes, definitely. Sorry, man. It's
Dinner's
busy.
No, I'm gonna do it later.
Great.
I'm going to.
Be my score.
I'm going
There
to. What is your score?
Depends on what song.
Okay.
Above 200,000, boy, you're gonna have to work hard. Work hard.
There's students there, just chat with them.
And this chair feels dangerous.
Which one?
This one.
So you are literally just learning the work. Whereas before.
There we go. I love it.
This one feels dangerous.
Oh dear.
No,
Yeah, I know. This one gets really short.
And you realize that making media is nothing more than just understanding the steps of the workflow. And if you can understand just some of the animation workflows, which is like previs, modeling, texture, rigging, and putting all the elements together, what you'll find is filmmaking, as it's getting more advanced,
I do know how to walk.
you use the filmmaking skills that you're learning right now, but you learn, or you use more of the animation workflows to actually produce them. So you need to know how to do these steps, maybe not necessarily to do it, but knowing how to do it means that you do it.
Like also you were slightly a rattle.
How long is it?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it was short.
Honestly, you could have done the whole.
Do you want to be the boss?
You could have picked
Do you want
with your words.
It
would have been totally fine.
I don't know
Then you
how
should
many
be
people.
let me just tell you.
I don't know how many people on it. I just brought some for, and not everyone has to answer the question either.
Error.
There's definitely a lot that I'm
Like
not
I
gonna
keep
answer
getting
probably.
an error message in my brain.
I was like,
I know what it is.
developing the skills.
I have no idea either.
No matter what, even if you do.
I'm going with the flow. Flowing with the go.
And I want to bring my organizational skills to like dressing a set.
I can say things thoughtfully, somewhat unprepared. If I just take a few seconds.
How to organize, how to put together a good call sheet, how to, honestly, a producer is just somebody that knows a bunch of people. And then you be like, hey, I've got 200K, If I hire you.
Sunset is 5:43.
In some ways, that isn't the best, because you literally.
The cold doesn't even bother me compared to the lack of light. The lack of light, I'm just like depressed.
Tennessee was trying to pass a bill to not go on daylight savings.
Oh
time
really?
again. Yeah.
I know Nevada is not on daylight savings, I think.
Arizona and Ohio.
Or Arizona, that's what it
Arizona
is.
and Ohio.
What was
But
your name?
Yeah.
I get it for Arizona because they don't want more sun in the summertime. It's already 1,000 degrees.
That's a good point.
Like everybody wants.
So,
Ohio though too?
I think it's Ohio. They just do what they want.
Yeah.
But yeah, Tennessee, I was like, can you imagine how complicated that would be for Chattanooga if Tennessee did not go? Because we are stone's throw away from Central Time.
Yes, you're right.
And Georgia and Alabama and North Carolina. And if we did not go on daylight savings, but all of those did, you've now completely screwed up the time.
It's a mess.
For Chattanooga.
Yes.
For everyone else, it's not that big of a deal. But
Right.
for Chattanooga people, they'd be like, ugh.
Like if you live anywhere in like, let's just say Chattanooga, but you drive to Atlanta or just into Georgia for work.
Yeah.
Can you imagine just the back and forth if there's a time change?
Yeah. I have some friends that live just on the other side of Central and they come into Eastern. So they just live on Eastern Time even though they're in Central Time.
Really?
Yeah. Yep. And everything they go to is like, yeah, we're so close to Eastern Time and that's where everyone is.
Yeah.
That we're
Just stay
Eastern
with
Time.
it. Yeah.
Somebody will be like, hey.
It would be too confusing otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah. It's terrible because like Raccoon Mountain, which is right over there.
Yep.
The other side of it is Central Time, so sometimes
Raccoon Mountain?
Yeah.
I love it. You know? I like it.
It's
Mountain, Nick Jack Lake.
Wow. Chickamauga, Chattahoochee.
Chickamauga?
Chattahoochee.
Chattahoochee.
Yeah, it sounds like it's an interesting thing. Anyway, so Raccoon Mountain's on just inside Eastern Time.
Okay.
So when you're up there, sometimes your phone thinks you're in Central Time.
Oh,
I've been burned by that a couple of times.
Oh man.
Oh.
Yeah.
This feels very theatrical. I'm gonna sit on the shortest one. It is.
You guys you should all move this way, so the middle is sort of, the light is around the middle.
I want to see directly.
All right, come forward, come forward. Don't be so far back. We've got a few more coming in.
We'll have to warn them about that.
Is that some of the, okay,
I mean, it can't be
we'll put it as the emergency stuff then.
In the hazard tape.
So,
I have a clipboard here with, to sign in for if you are missing a class to be here.
yes, to not get an absence, make sure you fill that out. To any of the seats, yes, you can have right there. Jefferson can take right there. For any class?
If you normally would be in class now, you need to sign that sheet in order to not get an absence.
What kind of class though? Is it just art
All
classes?
classes.
All classes.
Sweet. Okay, I'll use that tomorrow.
Hello.
How are you?
Hey, I didn't know that you were up here.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yes, now I haven't seen you have you been visiting throughout the Roundtable or?
We're most here.
No, but I mean, are you?
No, I'm coming to this one.
Okay, got it. No, but you haven't come to any of the other ones? Oh, you should have come to this morning's. Oh, it's been so good.
Sitting around the warmth of that light is really comfortable.
Good to have you here. Good to see you.
I guess it's kind of warm.
All right. Jefferson will be joining us here shortly. And we're going to go ahead. Oh, yes. If you were here, how many of you were here, any of you here this morning with my morning talk? Any of you none of you? All right, perfect. Wonderful. If you would, go pull out your smartphones. We're going to do like a little tiny survey and stuff. I like to kind of do some interactive stuff and get an idea of who my audience is. And so if you'll pull out your smartphone and go to Socrative.com. Socrative.com. you're gonna go to soccertip.com and when you do, yeah, Socrates, like Socrates, but tip at the end. There it is. You're gonna go to here, and you should see the screen that's gonna look something like that. You wanna log in as a student. All right, you're gonna log in as a student, and the classroom is called The Arts, all run together, no spaces, The Arts. And it might even pop up there, the first question, and you can go ahead and you can wait, hold off there. We'll pray, and then we'll get started. But I'm letting you guys kind of get logged in, find out where Soccer Tip. And if anybody comes in and they're looking at like, oh, what am I supposed to be doing? I trust that you can nudge them and show them where to go, so that way they can participate in the survey then. All right.
What's the room called again?
The room is called The Arts. The Arts. The Arts. With no spaces. What's that? Theatres. I know. It's like it almost looks like theater, like it was misspelled.
T-Arts.
Tarts. It's the pirate tarts. Or the Irish tired, not tired. When I was in Ireland, or a gentleman from Ireland, England, he would talk. Obviously, he'd talk with his Irish accent, and I was like, just say 30, third, and a third again. And he'd be tired, and a tired. And I was just like, I love it. Random story there. Okay, let's go ahead and start with a word of prayer, and we'll get started. Father God, Lord, thank you for today. I thank you for everyone that you have brought here, Lord, whether by accident or on purpose, they stumbled across it, or they just saw this and they were drawn to it. Lord, I pray that it would bless everyone who is here. This is not my session. This is your session, and we get the opportunity to dialogue and to talk and to answer questions. And God, I pray that you would be honored and glorified in this, Lord. I thank you for the Roundtable, and I just pray a continual blessing upon it, that it would continue to grow and multiply, Lord. What an amazing thing this is. I so wish I had the Roundtable when I was in school here. So I am just so excited to be a part of this and pouring back into the students that are here. Lord, we thank you in your name. Amen. Just in case some of you are new here, my name is Daniel Howell. I am the art director, art teacher down at Forest Lake Academy in Florida, Orlando, Florida. And I have the blessed opportunity to be teaching art all day. As I tell my students, I'm constantly preaching the scriptures. I just have to do it through the medium of art and color and design and all that. And so that's what I do in my day job. And I want to pass the mic down so that way you can get a chance to hear from the panel the various people, what it is that we do here. And my goal, kind of big picture, what I'd like to do, we're going to do a little bit of a survey to find out who's here in our audience. I think it's always, this might be the marketing 101 always coming out of me, of you got to know your audience, you got to know who you're talking to. Like if you only understood Spanish, ay mi madre, entonces yo necesito hablar en español, porque si es en inglés, entonces ustedes no me pueden entender. So, for the rest of you that don't understand Spanish, you'd be like, I have no idea what he's saying. And so we have to speak to what you can hear to have a conversation. And so, enough being said, I'm going to pass the mic down. So who are you and what is your career? What is it that you do?
I'm Jessamine Land. I am a DGA second assistant director, and I've been in the film industry for 15 years.
Awesome.
Graduated from here in December of 2004.
I'm Jefferson Rodriguez. I live in the area, but I'm a producer, freelance producer, and I do things from narrative to doc.
I'm Annalise Hasty. I graduated in 2013 from School of Journalism. I work currently at Cahutta Springs Conference Center as marketing and group sales manager.
Hi, I'm Zach Cost. I currently work over there at It Is Written. Been there for 3 years, work in their television department.
And what I'd like us to do now is, if you've already logged into the classroom, in fact, you may have even gotten the first question popping up. Is everyone seeing the very first question that is there? Yes or no? Yes. Here's the very first question. So we got 19 people logged in here. So the first question is, the company I currently work for or with, A is an explicitly Christian company ministry with Christian workers. You know, like for instance, faculty at SAU where I work at a Christian institute. Or B, is it a non-explicit Christian company with majority Christian workers? As in, a Christian owns the company. Like my father's a Christian, but he owns an old salvage yard. That's not typically what you would say, oh, there's a Christian ministry, you know, erecting, you know, metal idols. No. So that would be an example of B. C is a non-explicit Christian company with minority Christian workers. So again, a Christian may own it, but your community of coworkers are not believers. You're kind of a minority, even though maybe it's owned by a Christian. Or D is not a Christian company, but is sympathetic toward Christianity. So again, a non-Christian, but they're not. They're fine with your beliefs and everything. Obviously, they hired you. But they're not, they're sympathetic. Versus the last one is not a Christian company and is not sympathetic toward Christianity. I would, in that category, I would put public schooling. Because you're not allowed to talk about Jesus. I work for a public school, and you would get fired for talking about Jesus. And so you'd have to be creative. I was always creative. Students, for some reason, would always bring up the topic of God for some odd reason. I don't know how. And but it was not a very sympathetic environment towards my beliefs in Christianity. So we got 11 that have voted. Love to hear that for the rest of you. 8, yes.
So we're saying a Christian company that I would want.
No. What are you currently? Where are you currently? So if you're, excuse me. So for you, many of you are students. But when your work experience that you've had or are currently having, where would you categorize yourself? Where would be the majority of this? So for instance, you might go to school here, but you work maybe in Chattanooga. Maybe you're a barista. I don't know. I'm asking more in the career work realm. Where would you say the majority of your work that you've experienced had, where would it fall? Does that make sense? Yes.
What if you don't work?
If you don't work, then you can just, leave it blank. Although, I mean, in one sense, you could say you were a full-time student, and that would be considered maybe your work in that way. But let's go ahead and see what we've got here. So 3, 2, 1. Oh, did I just? There we go. All right. So. No surprise, but again, I don't want to assume. I don't like when people assume about me, and so I like to better, know by actual, asking a question. So 67% Christian ministry or company that you work with, about 14%, all right, owned maybe by, or not owned by a Christian, but, working for a non-Christian organization or company. And about 14% there, and then about 9%, perhaps a Christian owned it, but it's not a blatantly or explicitly a Christian company. So again, part of this is just I wanted to understand who we are here to start off on our conversation. Next question I want to ask is integrating my faith into my work is blank. How would you categorize it? Would you say that it's very easy, it's not, it's so-so, it's challenging, or it's nearly impossible? in talking about the work experiences that we just talked about there, how easy, and you might even be in a ministry, and it still can be challenging. All right, just because it's a ministry, that's doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be easy. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that one. I'm going to close this out, and so we got we got a little over half there. 5 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and here we go. So, all right, very easy. So, ooh, somebody just punched in there. So, oh, wow, it's so, and then it's challenging. Ooh, it's so is now climbing the ranks there, and it is challenging. All right, so we got 21, 32, and about 47% there. Okay, so we're going to get a chance. We'll talk a little bit about that in just a moment. Next question I want to ask is, all right, this is an interesting, and I'm going to, I'll come back to this one, but I'm interested to know, again, this is no names, so I have no idea who's saying what here, but I'd be interested to know, how often do you read Scripture? How often are you in the Word of God? Would it be every day, almost every day of the week, a couple days out of the week, very rarely, not at all? And again, I making this anonymous so as to be honest and no judgment here. So we got 15. We're going to do this, close it out in 5, 4, 3, 2. All right, so a couple of days out of the week. Takes the majority there, very rarely, and not at all. All right, so not at all actually takes third place there. All right, so about middle of the road is 50% there. Last question that I have for you is this. I attend or engage with a faith-based community multiple times a week, at least once a week, every other week, every month, or next to never. You're kind of, what would you say? And I would say probably here at Southern, you might say, man, I'm constantly around it. But again, I'm talking about if you take a look at this, maybe the scope of your life here, would you say that this is an anomaly, what you've experienced here, or would you say no? I would say for the most part, I've been around a community, a faith-based community. And again, there's different ways of interpreting it. Do your best. This is, just to get kind of like a very simple, maybe even superficial kind of understanding before we get started. So here we go. All right. Multiple times a week, at least once a week, 70%, and next to never, 11%. Next to never. Well, at least now you're here today, so that's your next to part there. All right. So thank you for your honesty there and being able to share that. What I'm hoping to do, if you didn't make this morning's talk, this morning we got a chance to talk about art, specifically art and Christianity, art and the faith, and very provocative, I'd say it's probably some controversial things that initially there were some people like, I don't agree with you, and that's great, I love that. And if you get a chance to, I'd encourage you to listen to that. But Tom had asked me for this session to really kind of steer away from art and faith and to focus on career and faith. And so I really want to focus on that. And my first thought, or my first question that I would ask you and to hear from you guys as well is, do you believe, do you believe that there is a separation? That there is a distinction, and ought to be a distinction between sacred and secular. In other words, oh, you're doing the work of the Lord. Oh, you're a minister. Oh, you're a car salesman. Oh, you miss God's calling. Sometimes obviously I'm characterizing it here, but sometimes we have this idea of if you want to do the work of the Lord, you gotta be a minister, you gotta be a teacher, you gotta be a missionary, a doctor. Like, there's a small category that we have this idea of, this is sacred stuff, this is God's work, and then there's the rest of, the world. And my question to you is, agree or disagree? Have you felt or heard that experience in your life as well, and how have you handled it? So that would be, who would like to take that question?
I guess I may have some equally heretical statements or something similar. I think wherever you are, you're supposed to be a minister in some regard. Maybe you aren't specifically telling somebody, hey, I'm a Christian, this is Christianity, but in the way you behave. The thing that I think may be a tiny bit heretical is, it is quite possible that God will call you into a place that absolutely your church members will think is not appropriate for Christianity. But it is quite possible that God is actually wanting you to be there, because if you look at the way Jesus lived his life on earth, the church establishment hated where he was. That is not to say, I want to go do this thing because it's cool and that's where people are that I want to hang out with. You have to know that it's legitimately if that's where God is actually calling you, so you have to be pretty honest about that with yourself and with God. But 100% think that just because you're a Christian doesn't mean you should be a pastor.
I will just say that definitely you talk about the work of the Lord, and I think we've all experienced that, especially on campus. I know there's kind of this, they're gonna go be missionary, or they're in the religion department. It's like, well, I'm in Brock, so I guess I'm gonna work for corporate America. I think that there's definitely a huge call for in church work that's not preaching for excellence and for the next generation to kind of, because we can complain about our administration a lot, but it needs us. So definitely the Lord's work is connecting with people, and who better connects with people than communicators and artists and filmmakers and entertainment, So I think definitely that if you are communicating love to someone, then you're doing the Lord's work.
My experience, I've actually seen that people that don't necessarily work as pastors or missionaries tend to have more influence and can actually reach these areas that would be impossible if you just came in kind of knocking their door and being like, come on, I'm trying to preach to you. Because that's not necessarily what we should do. We should live it and be proof of what is better. So with that, I think it really makes a difference when you just do things for God, regardless of what your career is.
Do you want to respond to that as well?
Sure. There's so many thoughts going through my head that the first one being that if everyone was a preacher and we had no farmers, how would we eat? Every job is necessary, and I think God wouldn't have created us to only be ministers. Maybe, I'm not being very clear with that particular thought, but you get what I'm saying. And I agree with Jefferson entirely. Being in the film industry, it's not, I had so many people that were like, oh, you're gonna go work for 3ABN, because that was the only possible outlet they could think of for me having a film degree. And I was like, nope, I'm gonna go to Hollywood. And I've had good experiences on set where people just noticed how I was working and behaving, and I was able to meet people's needs and impact them without ever saying I'm a Christian and I believe in God. I'm sure there's more I could say about that, but I'll let Daniel get to the next.
I have one thing to add real quick.
Oh, yes.
One thing to add real quick. Also, if God is calling you to do work for the church, you better do it. Like Emily said, the church needs us too. It's really easy to just sit and be like, oh, I don't like the work they do. Cool, do something about it.
There you go.
I have a funny quote.
All right,
also.
go for it.
So there's a Christian comedian called Mark Lowry. I don't know if anyone's familiar with him. And he has a really funny quote that I like where he was upset because he felt he was called to ministry and to be a singer and just wasn't getting where he was going with that, and he was really upset. And he was having a talk with God one day, and God gave him this thought, and it was, if God called you to be a ditch digger, you'd have to step down to be president. So, it's wherever you're called, that's where you need to be.
And one thing I want to bring out, if at any time you have a question that you want to ask, please raise your hand. I'll bring the mic to you. But if you go back to the app, you may have to refresh it. If you go back to the app, I've opened it up to where you can now anonymously ask questions and get a chance to actually write up a question here. And I forgot to say this, but you should be able to write down a question. So if you have any questions dealing with career and faith, I'd encourage you to write it up here, and as they pop up, then we'll get a chance to take them and answer them. Or if you're brave enough and wanting to, by all means, you can raise your hand and ask a question. And I like doing kind of like the silent question, because there was last year there was a presentation going on. They opened it up to allow kind of like the silent questions to be asked. And I was like, I want to see just like how legit this is. And so I started texting it because we had to do it via text. And it was one of my friends who was up there presenting, and so I just basically be saying, "Hey Isaac, how you doing?" And bloop, sure enough it would pop up or whatever, and I'm like, oh dear. I was like, oh no. That was like totally like straight up. So if you have any questions, oh good, we do have one coming up. How do you deal with the Sabbath in your workplace? All right. That'll be interesting. To be honest, I would probably say Justin might be, maybe the two of you might be the only two that might kind of add some, maybe not. Okay, we'll add here. Obviously, working for the church, then it's easy for me. Although, it is interesting how they can justify things of like, as I think you may have heard the saying, for the pastor, like this Saturday is the busiest day of the week. And like how restful then is it really? But I'll come back to that maybe, and does somebody want to take that question of how do you deal with the Sabbath in your workplace?
I can start.
All right.
I have a story that I tell almost every year, but I feel like it's relevant every year. So I work on mostly TV shows, and those tend to shoot 5 days a week. And we had a second AC on this particular TV show who did not like to work on Fridays. He wasn't religious at all, just didn't want to work on Fridays. 4-day work week, that's what he wanted. And he had this great camera team that he worked with, and everyone understood each other. And he was like, I want Fridays off. That's what I want. And because they were a good team, they worked together well, they said, sure, you can have Fridays off, just find a replacement for yourself every Friday. And his nickname was Clean. And so we had clean-free Fridays. And so if you want to make sure that you are protecting the edges of the Sabbath and not leading into that time, you can negotiate that. And if you don't feel like bringing up that it's a religious issue, you don't even have to. It's up to you how you address it, how much information you give, how little you give, but there are ways to do it.
Good. I'm still trying to think of all my experiences with Sabbath, because there's a lot of work that comes on Sabbath that you have to say no to. So in my experience, because I started out doing a lot of camera, that's where most of my work came in. It was pretty much the weekends, specifically on Sabbath. And at least for me personally, I said absolutely not. And quickly they learned and said, all right, yeah, we'll respect that. And they just started recommending me for other things. And thankfully my work proved that I was worth pursuing, and so they still kept hiring me. So that's what I've discovered is just do your best, and they won't be mad at you being like, oh, you have beliefs.
Yeah.
If you're good at your job, it's not a disadvantage.
Yeah.
Yeah, also, it's not necessarily the case with where I work now, but where I have worked with Adventist entities in the past that do like to do a lot of work on Sabbath, especially when you're filming like a sermon or something. You just, like, that happens if you're working for a ministry, you're gonna film a sermon, and oftentimes sermons happen on Sabbath. I definitely have created like a hard, fast rule of myself, like, if I'm doing something like filming a sermon or something, I have no problem with that because I am working in collaboration with the pastor to spread the message. However, I will not do any pre or post work on Sabbath for something like that. If you're doing that, you've planned your week wrong. And also, like, it does get really easy for I think church entities sometimes to just be like, yeah, cool, we believe the same thing as you, but we like to work on Sabbath. Like I said, not where I am now, but it has been in the past where it's just like, yeah, this is an acceptable form of work on Sabbath, and it's entirely up to you to make that decision for yourself. It's between you and God.
And I would add, as a teacher, they love consuming time. And interestingly enough, Vespers, Friday night Vespers, because we were a dorm school. So dorm more than even a day school with the evening supervisions and all that. And Friday nights for me are sacred because it's a special time that I have with my family. And I have to guard it and battle it. And it is very challenging. And here I am working at an institution that, like, you know, honors the Sabbath, and I find it very, very challenging at times. I want to read a passage that I think can be a guiding principle to that. This is in Romans 14, and it is Romans 14:23. Paul is talking about food here, primarily, and talking about being a stumbling block, having Christian freedoms. And in his closing statement that he makes, I think just can apply to everything, because he makes an absolute statement here, or a broad statement, but I think it can apply to something like this. He says, "But whoever has doubts is condemned if he eats, because the eating is not from faith. For," and here's the thing, "whatever does not proceed from faith is sin." If you're not convicted, you have to stand before God. So even if the pastor says, oh yes, do this or don't do that, it's not the pastor who's going to stand on your behalf before God. You are going to stand on yourself before God and have to give an account. Therefore, you have to be convinced in your own heart. Bring it before the Lord. It can be a good thing. This is a devastating text, honestly. Anything that is not done in faith is sin. Anything done not in faith. If you just did this thing, I'm going to give, water to people. But if you did not do it in faith, it is considered sin. Like, that is mind-blowing. I mean, that text right there, you could spend meditating on that and just blowing your mind. But coming down to, wow, should I do this or should I not? You need to be convicted in your own heart and to say, I'm walking in faith. The righteous shall walk by faith. And you need to then, ultimately, you can hear our counsel, but ultimately you have got to stand before the Lord. Therefore, you need to hear from God to say, is this, as Zach said, here's where I draw the line and I go no further. Somebody else might say, I'm going to draw it a little bit further back. Oh, amen. Awesome. Others might say, I'm going to draw a little bit further past that. Okay. Be convinced in your own mind before the Lord on that one. Any follow-up, immediate response to that? I'm going to go on to the next question. Is it not sometimes necessary to share that you are a Christ follower so that your positive and loving impression might give him glory? Is it not sometimes necessary to share that you are a Christ follower so that your positive and loving impression might give him glory. Go ahead.
First, I want to say that you are not responsible for convincing anyone of anything. The Holy Spirit does the convicting. Your job is to love people and to build relationship with them. If you are in the workplace and you are positive and loving and unlike other people around you, which you will be, they will say, hey, like, they'll want to get to know you because you're nice to be around. They'll want to start talking to you. When they start talking to you, the conversation, if the Holy Spirit is tugging on that person's heart, the conversation will present itself, and then you will have the opportunity to say, well, you know what, I'm a Seventh-day Adventist, and this is like, you know, these are my life values, and this is why I am, you know, the way that I am, because my hope rests in Jesus alone. So you will have that opportunity, like, God's got it worked out, and the Holy Spirit is moving upon people's hearts, and he's gonna bring people into your sphere. And as long as you are being loving and accepting, that is all he calls us to do.
I would follow that up. I agree with that entirely. Like, when I'm on set, like, I don't usually make a point of saying, hey, I'm a Christian. But I also don't make a point of hiding it. If I'm having a conversation that is related to God, or I have a point that I want to make in a conversation that comes from my faith or my religious background, I'll be like, I'm a Christian and I believe that about that thing. And I'll just throw it out there because it's part of me and who I am. And I don't think that it surprises anybody after they've been around me for a while. They're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. She's like that. And then I think it also, to back up what Annalise was saying, it falls in the category of all the commandments are under love God and love your neighbor as yourself. And so God will tell you if loving your neighbor is to share something with them about God or to let it be known that you're a Christian. And you'll also, you know, you'll feel it in your gut and in your heart when he's saying, like, don't say that to this particular person because that'll have a negative effect on them if they've had a bad experience with Christians. So as long as you are following your own faith path and listening to where God's leading you and loving your God and loving your neighbor as yourself, you really can't go wrong.
I think that one thing that I connected with is, how many of you have ever watched a great movie and you couldn't but help but tell somebody else about it? Or gone to a restaurant, or read a book, or anything that was so good you couldn't but not speak of it. All right? I would say that is really a picture of what it means to glorify something. It might be a hamburger. We went to the whatever burger place it was.
Southern Burger.
Southern Burger, and I had this, like, you know, burger with blue cheese and onions, and oh, it was so good. Like, oh my goodness, it's just like, oh, I mean, I'm like drooling right now just thinking of it. You guys would absolutely like. Now, some of you are like vegetarians. You're like, oh man, that sounds so disgusting right now. But that's kind of my point. I feel as though be true to who God has created you to be, and when you delight in who Christ is, there's going to be things about you that you're just going to like, it's just going to, you know, people are going to smell you, and they're going to be like 2 nights ago, I get picked up from Nick because I was setting up the prayer room. I get in the car, and he's like, wow, you smell amazing. He's like, you smell like ginger, and what is that? I'm like, it's all the essential oils that I was diffusing in the room. He's like, wow. He's like, that's not a bad thing. It just smells good. That's what our Christian life should be like. Our Christian life should be as such that where we go, people are like, wow, you smell good. Not in a physical sense, but in a sense of who you are as a person is so attractive to me. Like, I may disagree with your beliefs, but I cannot get around your character, your excellence, your work ethic, who you are. I disagree, and I will die disagreeing with you, but I just cannot get over the love that you have, the care and the patience in who you are. That, I think, is in part what I believe we are to be, how we are to honor and glorify God. With our lips, absolutely. But with our lives, not neglecting our lives, so that we can get into a car and they can sense you have been in the presence of a diffuser. No, like that kind of idea. All right.
I just got one small thing to add to that. On one of the sets that I was on, we had a lot of like day player grips and electricians that would come through regularly. And on more than one occasion, we'd have one of these people who I'd never met before, was new to our set, and just be there for a couple hours, and they would come up to me and they'd be like, "You're an Adventist." And they would be one too. They could recognize me like that, just from my way of being.
Think of who Jesus hung out with. I mean, again, I think it's great to have ministries and organizations working directly for the church, but it was the church that crucified Christ. If you think about it, that's a crazy thought. He was hanging out with the sinners, with the tax collectors, with the fishermen, with the groups of people that the religious elites were like, oh, they're below me. That's, how could you hang out with them? Ooh, they might rub off on you. So if that's where darkness is, Jesus shows up and demons flee. Like, when's the last time a demon, was terrified when you showed up? Like, that should be our, experience of, we were like, darkness is over there? Get out of the way, because I have the light of Christ. I'm walking into that dark area. If God is calling you into that area to live and to work, be a light and be such a light that demons flee. You're encountering demons. I mean, it blows my mind. You read Mark, you think that Jesus' full-time job is a demon slayer. I mean, he's just constantly casting out demons left and right. And yet, I often ask the question, where are the demons today? We don't see that here. Did they go into hiding? Did something change? I feel like there are demons around, and we just have pretend that they don't exist. When instead we'd be like, not on my watch. It says in Romans 16, devil, you're going to be underneath my feet. All right? You're going to be crushed. Your story is over. This isn't even a battle. There's no contest. Jesus wins. I'm sorry. What's the worst you can do to me? Kill me? Okay. And then what? I'm with the Lord. The next thing I know, I mean, eons may happen, but the next thing I'm going to know is woohoo, I'm with Jesus. There's all my peeps. Yeah. Let me tell you how I died. Oh my goodness. I mean, I just love to hear the stories of the people who were martyrs. There it was, bullets flying, and I got, totally blown away. My head got lopped off. What, that head? Yes, this head right here. And the guy got eaten by a lion. There it was, me and the lion. He ripped off my arm, and then devoured me. And oh my goodness, hearing that story, and then there he is in a glorified body. Woohoo! Way to go out. All right, sorry, that was totally off topic there. All right, when working, and I think we partly answered this, but I may give this something to answer. When working in a highly secular industry, how do you maintain your faith, especially when asked to compromise your beliefs? I think we somewhat touched on that. Does anyone want to add something to that?
Go ahead, I'll go first. I've actually experienced where people challenge me to compromise my beliefs more with Christians or Adventists more than I've seen secular people. Usually they're way more accepting than actual Adventists.
Well, I was actually going to say the exact same thing. That's not to say that all Adventists are going to do that. But back to what he was saying, you have to have your own convictions for what you believe is right, and other people may not. We live in a really big Adventist bubble. There's a lot of them here. Not every single one is going to have the exact same belief as you. You may be asked to do something you don't want to do. It's okay to say no.
I agree with those sentiments exactly. As far as the maintaining your faith part, for me personally, I found that it was important for me to just make sure that I prioritized taking my own time. If it was like morning devotions, or if it was just resting on the Sabbath and not just going to church. Because I want to emphasize that the commandment says it's a day of rest. Not necessarily you have to go to church, you have to worship, you have to show your face. It's rest. And if you just need to stay in your house and rest because you've been working hard all week, doing whatever God called you to do, like that's what the commandment says. And so sometimes that's all I do is just rest and make sure I take my time to spend time with God. And I've had a hard time finding a faith community in LA, but there are all kinds of different communities that don't necessarily have to be a church. You can find other prayer groups that get together. You can find people who just discuss things. But finding those like-minded people that you can commune with and talk about spiritual things and give glory to God, however you choose to do it, just doing that purposefully will help you stay strong in your faith.
I forgot one thing.
Go for it, please.
Sorry, real quick, I forgot one thing. Also, just because you work in a Christian environment does not mean that you are going to have a hard time maintaining your faith. Every single person will have a hard time with it. It's just the way life works. So doing those exact things, finding what gets you close to God, do that. And even in Christian environments, you're still going to have a hard time. But that's been my experience sometimes.
Yeah, because to touch on that, I would say working at an SDA school, I find it's those who've, not always, those who've been raised in a Christian home have this idea of like, oh yeah, I already know this, I already get this, yeah. I'm like, man, you're the most dangerous, oh my goodness, like, whoa! There's that, they've been like inoculated, but there's no passion. There's a lack of love and passion because they've tasted just enough that now they've settled. And that is so dangerous. Like, oh, that I wish you were cold or hot, but no, you are lukewarm, and I'm going to spew you out. Like, that is a dangerous place.
Yeah, could I have that just a quick second?
Please.
I found that I was pretty much like that my entire time, all the way up through my time here at Southern. And it wasn't until I was outside of this environment that I was able to find like like my own like tradition of doing things and to develop like a spiritual practice. And I don't know if it was just because I was inundated with everything as I was growing up, or just being out on my own and not being surrounded by, because like you have the opportunity to go to church here and praise here, and then you're not going to take advantage of all those opportunities when they're not there, and you have to create your own. I found that to be helpful in me being more purposeful about it.
Nice. I think another great picture of a person that I often reference, people talk about, oh, do the work of the Lord, ministry, whatever. I'm like, how many ministers were there in the Bible? Like, especially if we look at the Old Testament, these great people of faith, like, interesting. We have a king, we have a literal shepherd, like they were just taking care of sheep, that's all that they were doing. We have lots of politicians, Daniel, Joseph, and yet if you look at even Joseph and Daniel, they were, you might say, part of a quote-unquote secular, like Daniel is an exile brought in to serve a king that just destroyed his people and has now enslaved them and is contrary to Yahweh. And yet, he serves this king faithfully. I mean, that just is mind-blowing to me. Whether you agree with our current president or not, I'm not here to get into that political conversation, but it would be as though somebody who is contrary to Trump's beliefs suddenly being like, okay, boom, now you're going to be working for me. Like, oh my goodness, like your political agenda is not what my agenda is. That was Daniel's position. Like, hey, we're going to go destroy these people. Like, oh my goodness. Oh, I'm okay. And then he's put in charge of, get this, all right? He's in charge of the magi, those that were astrologers, the things that in many cases his law said that you're supposed to kill these people. Like, oh, well, they're the magicians and magi in this way. And yet here, Daniel, now you're in charge of them. That just is mind-blowing. And yet he was a man of faithfulness. And here's the thing. Notice when they went to attack him, let it be said of you as it was said of Daniel. We can't find anything on this guy. There is no dirt on this guy at all. The only way we can disagree with this guy and get something on him is his belief in God. Let's find a way to totally, get rid of him because of that. Because the guy's character is flawless. Like, they could not find it. I mean, come on, what politician now, if you go looking for dirt, you can find it. And here's a man that they're looking for anything, and they can't find anything. Except they say, okay, let's get him on the case with his God. That should be a testimony of our own life and our work ethic. In a secular world, let them say, dang it, like you're amazing. You're absolutely I want to fire you, but I can't find a reason to fire you because you're just too good that I don't want to fire you. I disagree with you and who God is. And be like, just smile, say, it's all right, I love you. And I think that should be, now that is hard. That is challenging because you're going to have situations where you're going to want to compromise. And that then is where the challenge is. Do you find God more satisfying and more enjoyable than all the luxury, all the offerings of the world? That's what Moses, you could say, gave up the things of Egypt. And he found, it says, greater value in the reproaches of Christ than in all that Egypt had to offer in Hebrews. That's an amazing thing. What was your first job out of college? Let's go down the road here, and I'd love to hear. What was your first job out of college?
Well, I was actually working, when I graduated, I was working for the Trinity Broadcasting Network. We used to have a station up on Lookout Mountain right by Covenant College, so I stayed working there for about a year after I had graduated, saved up some money to move to LA. And when I got to LA, I think my first job was either at Starbucks at the Universal City Walk next to the theme park, or it was I worked for a live gem auction jewelry show because I had master control operator skills from the TV station. And then while I was doing those things, I was taking every freebie production job I could.
Nice. My first job, I guess this counts as a job, I contacted a bunch of people and said, I want to do documentary stuff, traveling around the world. If anyone wants to pay for my ticket, I'll just do something for free. And that led to paid documentary work. So that was what I did first.
Very nice.
I did freelance writing straight out of school, and I also worked on a contract basis with a personal growth and development nonprofit. So we ran workshops, and I just did communications work for them and fundraising.
I'm still in my first job.
Then you skipped the inequality.
Did I? Oh, I did. I totally thank you for pointing that out. Have you ever experienced inequality based on your gender, ethnicity, or experience in the workplace? How did you deal with it? Who wants to take that one? Have any of you experienced?
I have not.
Yes? All right, here we go.
I will just say that you probably will in some form experience this, whether you recognize it or not, especially when you're young coming in. You're probably maybe already experiencing that with some internships and things. After the first job, I ended up working for the church before what I do now. So I've been working for the church for the last 6 years, but I don't know how many of you want to work in the church. So like half
It's
of
not
you are
bad.
gonna end up working in the church,
It's not
even
bad.
though you don't want to. I always said that I didn't want to, but that's where I'm at. So I will say for the young women in the room that you will likely experience some form of discrimination and inequality. You may not be, hopefully you're not ever sexually harassed. Hopefully you're not ever have these horrible experiences. But from my experience, you will encounter typically older men and women who will just not want to support you or give you what you have worked for and deserve because you are a young woman. And sometimes the reality is it's the world that we live in, and it's changing, but the glass ceiling in a lot of jobs is real. I would encourage you to always counter offer when they offer you money. I would always encourage you to just ask for what you want, because I so often just accepted what was given to me because I was just like, oh, I'm thankful to just have a job. You know, I'm just thankful to be here, thankful to be getting a paycheck, because, you know, that freelance stuff is like not for everyone. But don't compromise, don't let someone discriminate against you just because of your gender and your age, because you're afraid to ask for it, afraid to stand up for yourself. And when you do that, people will respect you for it, and you can do it in a respectful way. But just don't, just bust through that glass ceiling. And if you are at a place where they are not going to promote you or have a career path for you, or there's only so far that you can go because you are a woman in some places, then leave. Go somewhere else. Go somewhere that you are appreciated, because there are people inside the church that will discriminate against you because you're a woman, and there are people in the church that will definitely support you as a woman, and outside the church is the same.
I would say that I've experienced inequality in a very strange way in film production, because there's all kinds of like weird little cliques that get together, and particularly since I work as an AD, there's usually 4 ADs minimum on any like 1 hour drama or film. And I've encountered when I've interviewed for some jobs where there'll be a male first AD and he'll be like, I like having a woman on my team. I need a woman on my team just to have a woman on the team, not because I'm the best person for the job. I'm like, sounds good. But did you even look at my skills or my resume? Do you know anything about me? You just want me because I'm a woman, because it checks a box. And while I appreciate having the position, that doesn't make me feel very good about myself or my skills. And then there'll be groups where, the interesting thing is that the film industry is very accepting of all kinds of people, but all kinds of people get separated into those little cliques. So there'll be whole AD staffs that are just lesbian women, and they don't want any men. And so you can't get into that group, you can't get that job. So it shows up in a variety of ways, so just keep your eyes open. Sometimes what you see or what's coming at you isn't what it looks like, and sometimes it is.
Now again, I'm going off the questions that are up here. You're more than welcome to add some more questions or even raise your hand to respond here at any point. So if I don't have any hands being raised, then I'm going to go on to the next question. And actually, I do want to say one thing. Thank you very much, ladies, for sharing, because I would say I have benefited greatly from hearing voices speak out, because sadly, male, white, like I'm like the typical like, oh yeah, I'm not experiencing any racism. Well, my best friend who is Indian / African American, he's put me right multiple times and saying, look, it still exists, and here's where it does, because I experience it, consistently. And here's why you probably don't, like when you get into a great conversation / debate, but 9 times out of 10, he's absolutely right. And I've appreciated, being able to hear from that perspective. So thank you for sharing. All right. Let's see. Bible says that you could actually be despised. Has that happened to you? I think we talked a little bit about that. Whoever asked that question, do you want me to go deeper? Does anybody have anything to talk on that one?
Are we saying despised because of your faith?
I'm assuming so. The Bible says you could actually be despised because of your faith. That's what it says. So has that happened to you? I've been despised as a result of your faith. No.
Despised is a strong word.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can't say that I haven't had one negative thing. I haven't had one negative thing ever said to me in my entire 15 years in the industry, or not said to me and seen any kind of repercussion from someone saying it to somebody else behind my back or in higher practice. I have never seen anything. Along with the industry being really accepting of all kinds of people, that includes religion. Like particularly in LA, like it's a sort of a bold way to say it. Like LA is like, let your freak flag fly. Whatever type of person you are, totally fine. Come on down. We got them all. And nobody's going to say anything to you about your faith in a negative way ever. At least I have never experienced it.
It reminds me of like Paul and the Areopagus looking around like, man, you've got a God for everybody here. Woo, it's like, hey, we've even got a God for the unknown God. Like, we're making sure that everyone's accepted, everyone. And yet he used that as a great platform to talk and to have a conversation. I would say, ironically, I've probably been more despised by people of faith than those that are not. Despised, because of what I believe, interesting enough, by believers. So.
I was just saying, so is Jesus.
Yeah, exactly. He was totally judged and despised by those that were to believe in him. He came to his own, and his own did not receive him. Do you get to choose project sets that align with your beliefs? What happens if a project film you are working on portrays something that doesn't align with your beliefs? All right, good question there. Who wants to handle that?
I could talk for
All right.
I don't want to I don't want to dominate the conversation.
Mine's very, very fast. Currently, I do, because I work for the church, and generally speaking, I believe what they believe. But I had experiences while I was here as a student at Southern, where sometimes the set was like, or the film was something I didn't agree with. Maybe it was religiously, maybe it was morally or ethically. I just didn't work on them. It's easier when you're a student because you're not getting paid for them. But there's plenty of work in the film industry. At some point, you gotta say no to something. And that might be something completely you're gonna disagree with because I've not been to LA.
I have been on many sets where there was something being portrayed that I did not agree with. But I have made my personal conviction about what types of shows I'm going to accept and what types I'm not. If I'm day playing, I might not know ahead of time what it is. Usually I can kind of guess from the title of the show if it's something I know about, or I can look it up on IMDb and see what the kind of content is. But sometimes I won't know what's going on until I get there that day. But most of the time, I have the opportunity to see the script ahead of time. I have the opportunity to talk to the producers, to find out what's going on. And if I find it objectionable, I just say, hey, thanks for the offer. I'm going to pass on this one. Send it on to somebody I know doesn't have a problem with that kind of content. I've rarely found something so awfully objectionable that I wouldn't pass it on to somebody else. I found, I think, one show where I was like, I can't make that, and I wouldn't recommend anybody I know to do that one. But it's all personal conviction, and a lot of times it's not going to hurt your career. Even if you leave in the middle of the show sometimes, if something comes up and you're like, I didn't know that was going to happen, and I've got a problem with it, as long as you go to your producer, whoever hired you, and say, hey, this is a problem for me, and I'm really sorry, I don't want to cause you a problem, I found somebody to replace me, or do you have someone you want to call before I call my person? Just make sure that you're not disrupting, burning a bridge. And there's times when I've had to not take a job because I didn't agree with it, or I don't think I've ever had to leave a show for that reason, because I usually choose them well ahead of time. But if you're working with somebody who respects you and you have to turn something down or leave something, they're still going to call you again for the next thing because they like your work and they will respect your beliefs and your convictions.
Because I produce, I do a lot of client work and a lot of commercial stuff. And I've had like a handful of experiences where they might try to advertise something that we don't really want to advertise. And they would rather know that we don't believe in their product and pick someone that will want to, you know, support them and believe in what they believe in, be able to put that out there. Because maybe it's something that is completely unhealthy, for example, and we focus on more health. So normally they'll appreciate it more. They won't want to like, oh, you're just in it for the money and now you're doing something that's not your best. So, one part.
I just had one other thought. Sometimes the content that I don't agree with is important for the story because of what the intent of the story is. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff in the Bible that is highly objectionable, but it's there for a reason.
I was just gonna say, I find it really sad when and question, like, I don't know much about the behind the scenes stuff with actors or whatnot, but when I hear interviews of people who start talking down about the show or movie that they were in, about how they didn't agree with it or how they just thought it was crap or something, like, I don't know if you've experienced hearing or seeing interviews like that, but to me, I respect them less. I don't know if that's right of me to respect them less, but it's hard for me to understand. I mean, I'm sure, I don't know, when it comes to conviction, that they might not have like, oh, I just took it and this was a terrible show to work on or something. Like, what do you think about that?
I think it's usually in poor taste to talk badly about a show that you've been on in a public setting, like an interview. But behind the scenes, people gossip all the time. It is a big, fat, happy pastime of every crew member ever to complain about the show you were working on and the people that you are working for. And everybody kind of understands that. And usually it's related to the stress of the show rather than you hate it so much, you hate the people that you're working for. Does that answer your question?
That also happens at every job.
Yeah.
That's just the thing about working. You're gonna hate someone or something about it.
Which I'll take this as the last question, and we'll go ahead and close. And that is, where do you draw the line from a toxic work environment, you know, to a normal stress level in your workplace? Where do you draw that line? One thing I'd want to say, kind of that segues into what we were just talking about, is though gossip and that is prevalent, be then the change that you want others to be. Because you reap what you sow. You reap what you sow. God is not mocked. You reap what you sow. This morning I talked about the story of Esther. Like, that is such a beautiful story where Haman is setting up these gallows because he's going to try to kill and hang Mordecai. And what ends up happening? He gets hung by the very things that he built. Like, to me, there's a great story. Some people say it's karma. You know, it's the biblical principle is reaping and sowing. So, sow into it good seed. If it is an environment that is destroying you, first, go to the immediate source. I feel like we just so ignore the Matthew 18 principle of go first to the one that you have an offense with or the issue and deal with them. If they don't listen to you, go bring in a brother. But that person is still present. You're not like, okay, I'm going to go talk about you to somebody else. You know, instead you go directly to them. And one of my mentors has taught me, and it's hard. It is so hard. When somebody starts talking, gossiping, they will only gossip as much as you let them. Because people who gossip like to hang around other gossips. And if you don't do that, and when a person's talking to you, I had this happen. I had a coworker decide, oh, blah, 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 about this person. I said, whoa, hold up. Have you gone and talked with that person? Oh, yeah, I've tried, and da-da-da. I'm like, whoa. What did you do? What did you say? I like literally am drawing the person out so that by the time we're done, I drilled her so much, she came to the realization that either I gotta go do something about this, or I'm not gonna talk to you about this anymore because I can see where this is going. Like, I didn't give her an ear to hear. She started talking about this person. I stopped her politely, gently, and I simply asked, oh, have you gone and talked with that person? How did that go? Oh, but I was always setting before because I was drawing them out, asking questions. Because they had a friendship, or they used to have a friendship. I'm like, do you want to have that friendship again? Yes. So then what are you going to do to regain that lost friend? That's the situation that's going on. And it changed their perspective. Now, sadly, I said, okay, so what are you going to do? And it wasn't like, oh, I'm going to go do this. I'm like, okay, when are you going to do this? I'm going to do this tomorrow. When tomorrow? When are you available on your calendar? I'm available at 2 o'clock. Great, 2 o'clock. At 2:30, I'm going to call you and I'm going to see how that goes. And so sure enough, the next day, I contacted her, reached out to her. So how did that conversation go? Well, you didn't have the conversation, did you? No. I'm like, so when are you going to do it again? In other words, hold people to that. And you'll find that as you do, that environment will change. Gossip, toxicity, if you allow it, it'll invade. It's so easy, it's so nice, it's so comfortable. Ooh, yeah, I got dirt too that I want to share. But if you can be that agent of change to say, no, not on my watch, you would be amazed as to how you will stand out, because I guarantee you 1,000 times over, every boss hates gossip because it destroys productivity, community, they're not making money. Like, this is like, it literally goes contrary. And so if they can find you're a worker that actually gets things done, you don't have time to gossip, you're going to be hired, you're going to be promoted, you're going to be called back, over and over again, because it's like, look, I don't have time to get into that mess. I got work to get done here. Like, that kind of mentality and productivity, people look and say, man, you stand out. I'm going to bring you on my set. I'm going to bring you in my studio. I'm going to hire you as a freelancer over and over again, because when you showed up on set, the way you treated people, the kindness that you showed, even though that person was yelling in your face, and the kindness that you showed, that's the kind of caliber of people I want to work with. You're going to get hired over and over again. The brats, the jerks, the idiots, many times the only reason why they get hired on is because either they are extremely skilled, all right, or they have connections, but they lose any of those things, people will kick them to the streets. And it's sad, but I would say let your character, who you are, stand out so much that, again, they may disagree with your beliefs, but they cannot get over your work ethic, your productivity, who you are as a person. Believer, non-believer, secular, sacred, it doesn't matter. People are going to be attracted to you. And the people who are attracted to you are the people who you will want to keep around your community. And the people who reject you, let them go. Let them go. Birds of a feather flock together. Any last comments from you guys?
Well, I just wanted to say something really quickly that I've noticed that can cause problems with an individual. A lot of times people want to be their best, so when problems do happen, they try not to address it or tell people. So producing, I'll see people that cause a problem and then try to hide it or not do anything about it, and that just snowballs, makes it way worse. So that's, like, for me, the one thing that when I see someone be honest and approach me and then we can solve it together, that's what I look for, that I think really helps.
I can second that 100%. And that's one of the things that I've taken away from my growing up atmosphere. I'm extremely honest, and I believe it is the best way to be. And when I make a mistake on set,
I go immediately to whoever can help me fix it or whoever it affects and tell them this thing happened so that we can deal with it, because he's right. If you hide the thing that you just broke or whatever, like, it's gonna get so bad so fast. So honesty really is the best policy. And then to add to what you were saying, in a toxic work environment, like if you've got somebody who you have a problem with, yeah, go right to them and stand your ground and say, I can't tolerate you talking to me that way. Let's discuss this, because we're not gonna go forward like that. Everything, it's the same thing as like pointing out like something that got broken. Just address it right away, even if it's scary, and it'll make everything get better faster. And if they don't listen to you, go up the chain of command. Who's your supervisor? Talk to them about it. Bring the three together, and then just keep going up until the problem gets resolved. And if it doesn't get resolved, you don't have to stay in that job. Like, that's always an option too.
Did you, right?
Yeah. Whoever asked the question about the toxicity in the workplace and the stress level, like a manageable stress level, I think there is sort of an element of that you will be stressed in different ways than you've ever been in, because school stress and work stress are going to be very different. You are created for a 7-day cycle. If you really rest in the Lord on Sabbath, and I mean, don't think about work, these kinds of things, spend time doing things that refuel you, then you will be able to handle Monday morning much better. There will probably be some trial and error for you. You will probably reach burnout and exhaustion and that toxic kind of thing before you realize where your boundary is. That's okay, just self-correct and protect yourself and your relationship. I would also say that as you're, just something to consider as you're kind of finishing up school and starting out and going to the next level, is let the Lord open the doors for you. Don't force your way into things. Pursue things diligently and follow His path, but don't force doors open, because He will open them much, much wider than you are able to.
I think that's not really that, but just kind of as a summary. Don't be afraid of where you work or who you work for, unless it's like terrible. But don't be afraid to work for the church if you want to work for the church, even if you don't want to work for the church and that's where God wants you to. Don't be afraid to do that. Also, if God is calling you to not work in the church, don't be afraid to do that either, because if God's calling you to do it, it's possible it'll suck, but it's where you're supposed to be. So, I mean, you look at it, God doesn't necessarily promise it's going to be easy, but He promises He'll get you through it. And again, like, if you have a problem with the way something is operating, whether inside the church, outside the church, on a thing, you're a person, you can do something about it.
Do you have anything you want to add, close? Any last closing comments?
Do you have any more questions?
Any final questions? I want to kind of summarize maybe like some of the themes I've been listening that we've been sharing, and I hope, if in my opinion, if you take nothing away, take this. You need to hear from the Lord. We can give you counsel and comments and commentary, and that's all good. But ultimately, you need to stand before the Lord and say, Lord, what are you calling me to do? What is it that you want me to do? Am I to remain in this work environment or to leave? What are you calling me to do? Anything that is not done in faith is a sin. Radical statement there. We can give you, like, here's what you ought to do, da-da-da-da-da-da. But you know what? There's a story in the Bible. I don't remember where it is exactly. It's in Kings, I think it is. Like, bizarre story. I mean, the Bible has so many radical stories. There's this one where there's two prophets, okay? There's a prophet. The Lord says to this prophet, go to this area prophesy to this people and make sure you come back a different way. Do not stay there or do X, Y, Z. He's like, okay, so he gets up, hears from the Lord, goes in, preaches. Well, while he's there, another prophet hears that he is there. Oh my goodness, he's here. I'd love to invite him over for dinner. So he goes and sends his servant, please come. My master wants to hear, since you are a man of God. He's like, no, I cannot come. I cannot come because the Lord has told me I need to not go back this way. I have to go on my way this way. Well, the other prophet hears about this and he tells the servant, no, go tell him that the Lord also told me that he's supposed to come to my house. And so he's like, okay. And he's totally lying. The scripture makes it clear. He is lying, all right? He goes to the prophet and says, oh, man of God, come back. For my master, the prophet, has even heard from the Lord, and the Lord has told him that you're supposed to come this way. And the prophet says, oh, okay. And he follows and goes back to this other prophet's house. They're sitting at the dinner table. And the first prophet who went and was told by God not to go back is sitting across the table. And here's the owner of the house, the other prophet. And he literally gets a prophecy right there in the moment as they're sitting there eating. And he says, oh my goodness, the Lord is now speaking to me. You have disobeyed the Lord and now you should surely die. And the guy falls over and dies. And I'm reading that story going, what? Oh my goodness! Like, wait, the one who lied should be dying. Like, why didn't he go oh my goodness, I just got a download. I lied to you, and therefore, see ya, I'm dying. No, he says, oh my goodness, I just got a download from the Lord. You disobeyed the Lord, so now you're dying. And he falls over dead. That terrified me. Because suddenly, what came out of that story was the prophet had heard from the Lord what to do. And it was another person, though, who convinced them not to obey it and to do something else. Even a godly man, another prophet, who clearly was a prophet because he heard from the Lord at that moment and prophesied, you're going to die right now. And the guy dies. So we could say great things, but you have to hear from the Lord. And you need to obey what the Lord tells you to do. There's great wisdom in finding counsel, hearing others' experiences, but you need to pull away. And I know this is a plug, not a plug on the prayer room. God can speak anywhere, but pull away. Spend some time today or this week saying, Lord, what are you saying? I want to hear from you. I want to be obedient to what you are saying to me. And that would be my encouragement, because I think we've said that over and over again. It's like we don't know the full context. So you need to then take that before the Lord and hear what God has to say. Father God, Lord, I thank you. I thank you for your word, which will not return void. And I just pray, Lord, now that those that came, that this was beneficial, that this served them, that they were able to hear some good perspective and thoughts that would prompt them to now take that to you, to be good Bereans and to test the scriptures and to wrestle through them, but to ultimately say, Father, your will be done. Guide me, lead me. And so, Lord, I pray Psalm 32:11 over them, that you would guide them, that you would lead them, that your eye of instruction would be upon them, and that you would lead them and teach them in the way that they should go, Lord. I pray these things in your name. Amen. Thank you all. Have a blessed rest of the day. And 5 o'clock is the next thing going down, which will be presentations in here and then other presentations around. So 5 o'clock is the next in 10 minutes. You have a 10-minute break.
Thank you all very much. You're welcome. So I so appreciated you guys' ladies' perspectives and input. Thank you.
I love it. Mix in the Bible. They're so just pointing it.
Yeah, honestly, that story to me is just what? You gotta be kidding me. Unfair. He lied. That's a breaking of the commandment. Oh my God.
Did we know that the prophet lied or just the servant lied?
Well, let's pull it up, because it's vague in my head,
Because if a servant goes and says, "Come to my house,"
and he's lying on behalf of it.
but if he doesn't go back to the master and say, "What do you want me to say to him?" because he said no, could be a servant lying to them.
No, here we go. I would go,
Not that it's that important, but I'm like,
I'm trying to.
I cannot remember that.
I've never, to my knowledge,
I've read it like twice, but when you, I didn't know what it was until
I'm
the
sure I've
been through it.
I know it's going to be in like Kings or Chronicles.
Yeah, it sounds like a King's story.
Sounds like
Yeah. So here we go.
I am still reading the scripts that I got. So I got them at the last minute, so I haven't had a chance to read them. So as soon as I have read through it, I make my next question.
That was great.
Thank you. Yep.
Because I know that's what can come out of stuff. Like, I do think that in the art community, that is a perception. And so I think
it's kind of like we're polar opposites now, because I started working with the church and I was like, no more.
I've been burned, but I also think that I can't complain about it and be on the outside of it.
Yeah.
If you're gonna complain about something, at least
Be part of the solution.
Be part of the solution.
That I totally agree with.
Yeah, and I think that like also, yeah, like I don't really have a right to complain about it if I'm not working on it.
Right. This is my issue with people who are like, I'm overweight, but then they don't exercise. Like, you're not exercising, you can't complain about your weight. Be quiet.
Yeah, and like
I don't say this to people. I just think that would be awful.
I think it also goes the other way too. I think if you're a Christian who's really, really afraid of like not working in the Christian environment and working in a secular environment, I don't think you have any grounds until.
Yeah, because that's where you're seeing like the lack of conviction. Like if you want to be working for the church, think you should be working for the church, and you're not.
Yeah.
That's a conviction problem right there.
It's very interesting that for you, stepping outside of like being inundated with the church stuff all the time is kind of what helped. For me, like I also kind of was like inoculated with it. And I'm like, I have Adventist immunity.
Mm-hmm.
But like for me, once I got to where I am now, for some reason, like because it is in more of an active role, where I'm actively doing these things. For me, that's where it suddenly became, all right, now my convictions are starting to
Because
solid.
like when you're a kid, it's just around.
Yep.
You don't actually go through the steps of developing your faith and deciding, through your study how you believe all these things. You're just told like these are the things you should believe. And you're like, okay, And so like that's how I was until I was out, and then I was like, I gotta look at this and decide from it, and then that is what makes me feel stronger about it and allows me to have the convictions that I do because I had to go through the process.
They're your convictions now, right? Not other people telling you.
And other people telling me didn't make them convictions.
Right.
It was just stuff other people told me. Like you said, like you told stuff all I want.
Yeah,
does not make it a conviction.
When I was in college, especially kind of towards the end, I did kind of have my like, all right, I'm an adult, I'm doing my own thing. No one's holding me accountable to anything. I can do whatever I want. And it was in those moments that I was like, I have to make a decision whether or not I'm going to go this way or this way.
It's like the narrowing of the parameters, like we talked about in design. Like function better with like when you narrow the focus.
And I did not necessarily say I'm 100% committed to this. I just said I don't want this. And because it's a process. And so getting out of that and just kind of starting to go that way has helped pull me this way. And it's been twofold because it does help me get an eye into the market that I want to work in, but it also has, in the process, safety.
That's something we should have said. We should have told them that it's still a process.
Yeah.
We're all still in process.
We've met already. Not even remotely.
I found it, and I was wrong.
Is the prophet a liar?
It wasn't the servant; it was the sons. And he himself goes. So I'll read it. It's really short here. So basically, the king, because he goes to speak to Jeroboam or whatever, and he curses the altar. And Jeroboam, gets angry, holds out his hand shrivels, and he says, "Please heal my hand."
Oh wait,
Gets
now
his
I know
hand
this
healed,
story. I remember that
gets
part.
gets his hand healed, and he says, "Oh man, I'm going to give you half of my kingdom or whatever." And the prophet said, if you gave me half your house, I will not go in with you, and I will not eat bread or drink water in this place, for it was commanded me by the word of the Lord, saying, you shall neither eat bread nor drink water, nor return by the way that you came. So that's what the prophet is saying. That's the word that was given to him, to the king. So then he goes on his way, but then it says, now an older prophet lived in Bethel, and his sons came and told him all that the man of God had said and done at Bethel, and also told their father the words. And their father said to them, which way to go? He saddles up, he goes at him. So now it's the old prophet just talking directly to him. And he gets there, and went after the man of God. He says, are you the man of God? Yes, I am. Then he said to him, come home with me and eat bread. And he said, I may not return with you or go in with you, neither will I eat bread nor drink water with you in this place. For it was said, he repeats that. And then this is what the older prophet says. And he said to him, I also am a prophet as you are. And an angel spoke to me by the word of the Lord, saying, bring him back with you into your house, that he may eat bread and drink water. But he lied to him. So he went back with him and ate bread in his house and drank water. And as they sat at the table, the word of the Lord came to the prophet who had brought him back. And he cried out and said, thus says the Lord, because you disobeyed the word of the Lord and have not kept the commandment that the Lord your God commanded you, but have come back and have eaten bread and drunk water in the place of which I said, eat none and drink none, your body shall be cast in the tomb of your fathers. And he dies.
That though actually makes a little bit more sense because he has circles other people as a king and prophet. They're still not to do this.
Well, but
despite the fact that
but I guess to me, like one of the lessons to walk away with is if the Lord told you something, who am I to tell you otherwise? And therefore, that's why I'm very careful. Like, don't just do it because I say so. If the Lord said something otherwise, and you're trying to find a justification to do the other, that's like no, man. Don't do that.
I feel like you guys people sitting in front of me.
Yeah, I actually moved over there because what's the last
one? We have scales. Our kite can scale. It was surprisingly easy to go.
It's all over, but I saw a nice about strange genius.
Just standing right now for now.
They like my work. Like the is it Kevin and they both like my stuff. Which side of it's like it's the only color. I can't cut this off actually. I did. Actually, I don't usually do this. A little more different. Blues, whites, sound just one to scratch. That's the thing for it's great. No. Wait,
thousands getting by.
You're on a video degree now?
Not too much.
I could be wrong. Oh, you'll see my first Procreate art. I didn't realize I could do video. That's really just missing.
Oh, yeah.
We have to be pedestrian floor.
Boom.
Me? Yeah, I'm Hannah. And you're Ashley.
Yeah.
That's good. Because we've talked. Do you know my name?
Yeah, yeah.
And her, Dariana.
Wait, she's not sitting there. Yeah. Wait, your name's Dariana? Oh, Dariana? Yes. Oh, do you like live like right next to me?
I am your sweet name.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, or see you again.
I think I remember you. I think I've seen you. I think I've seen you before. Yeah. Huh? Oh, graphic design. Yeah.
What made you change? Oh, yeah.
No, I was just gonna ask that. Well, I always liked animation, but I also want to try graphic design too.
Was it just not what you thought it would be? What did you think it would be? And then what was it? Because I haven't tried it.
Well, it's more like, I think it's like business in a way, a little bit, but with art.
So like product design kind of, or like just a bunch of like logo design?
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
That's understandable. Oh, but that's a safe art.
That's the boring. Sorry, no offense to you. Like, I took it in high school for a little bit, and it was fun then.
Oh, yeah.
So like, if I'm taking it now, it's boring. Like, it's alright, it's kind of boring. It gets tedious.
Sorry.
No, I'm not offended.
I mean, it's like
I'm like snooping. Oh, I think I know that. Maybe. Yes.
Not like your sheets are stolen.
Alright, so I think we'll get started, right? Just a heads up, I prepared this presentation before I got here, or at least the visuals for it, I prepared for a while. But, I'm gonna be playing it out of Premiere 5, so I hope that works. So for those of you who don't know or haven't heard, the 20 different times I've told it, I graduated from Southern in 2006 in December, and studied animation. And there's a lot to that story as to how I got there, and what happened after, and what happened after, and what happened after. We're gonna go through all of that. First of all, I grew up, I loved animation. I liked Disney movies. I always thought it was neat. It was a hobby. I kind of, always thought about that would be cool to do, but I never really thought of it as a career. I didn't know anyone who could do it that well or could make money doing it. And so it was kind of just a hobby, and it would come in and out of my interest as I was growing up. And then I went through high school and was sick of school. I didn't want to go to college. So unless I could do something that was completely art focused. Couldn't find much of that. I went to one semester community college, took just about every art class they offered, which was all of 3, I think. They had a 4th one, but I had to come back the next semester and take drawing too. So I wasn't impressed with that. I thought this is all like not helping me grow. I can just stay at home and practice this if I wanted to. So I was working in the sort of the family business, which was construction. And it was easy to get into. I knew everyone. And the work was something I knew how to do. So I came out of school and just wanted to make money. But as I was doing that, I realized I could see my future, like 20, 30 years out. It wasn't bad. I didn't have any like, oh no moment or anything. But I just kind of was like, what if I tried to get paid for the thing I like to do instead of just doing something to make money? So I started to look around and see what my options were. And when I came to visit Southern, I was really impressed. And I was actually looking at Andrews and Southern. I happened to schedule Southern first, came down here, and was so impressed by the art department that I canceled my trip up to Andrews and just decided I was going to go to school here. Because they had all the cool toys and were teaching all the cool subjects. So much so that I was like, okay, I'll even take the other classes that come along with it, even though I didn't want to. I just felt like I was paying for more high school. Didn't want to do that. Because I had to pay my own way through college. Grew up rather poor, but that actually works well with loans and grants and things you can get. So I came to Southern. I worked really hard, and I got good advice from Zach, Aaron Adams, and Dell while I was here. And part of it was the focus. I loved this so much, and I was finally in an environment where I could learn all of it and grow in every area. So I had just about every artistic interest you could think of. Not that it was necessarily good at any one of them, but I really wanted to know how things were done, and computer animation was really something that appealed to me. But at the same time, I was here on my own time and my own money. So the first semester when I was taking 2D animation, I thought, I'm not good enough. I wasn't comparing myself to any other students. I was looking at Disney Animation, one of the last people at the time that was still doing 2D animation. I thought, I am nowhere close to that. 3 more years of this will not get me that much closer. And even if I do, Disney's not really making these kind of films anymore. So thankfully, before the end of that semester, when I was seriously thinking about switching to graphic design, which I enjoyed that too, I got to use Maya, the 3D CG software. And that's when I was hooked. That's when I decided, this is what I want to learn, and this is what I want to do. And I studied everything I could. And about junior year, the way I remember it, it was Zach and Aaron who really steered me to focus on effects more. And I thought, sure, I wanted to be an animator, but as I thought about it, I was like an okay animator, like CG animator, but I was pretty good at effects, and I like that too. So I started to focus, and I got pretty good at it, and no one else was really doing things like hair simulation or cloth simulation, and it was really hard to find any information on that. But I was pretty good at exploring different techniques and software to learn something, so I kind of figured it out on my own. And I got to graduation, but I wasn't on stage. I was in the art department working on my demo reel, watching the live stream of my own graduation, which I did not attend. I thought it was a better use of my time. And I paid for it. Like, I did all the work here at school. I'm paying for the school here, to be here. And the most important thing to me at that point was to get a job after school. That was really important to me. And because I had taken 3 years between high school and college, I think I had a very different mentality to it all. I felt like it was something I was paying for. So if anything, you know, I didn't need to go get a degree that validated all my hard work and expense. It was like a ceremony to collect a receipt. Anyway, I'll stop talking about it. And I didn't really like standing in front of everyone for something like that. And my family wasn't there, so it was fine. I didn't have any pressure to go do it. So anyway, I was in the lab working on my demo reel, and I went home to, I graduated in December of 2006. I went home for the Christmas break. And before that was done, I got an email from Aaron Adams that said, hey, there's this company that is looking for someone with your skill set. They'd be interested. You should apply and see if they're interested in hiring you. Now, it was a small studio in San Diego that Kevin Jackson, Emil, Matt Schiller, and Michael Hutchinson, 4 Southern graduates that were all one class ahead of me, had worked there. And I talked to Kevin about it. I applied for the job, and I talked to Kevin, and he was warning me, it's not really a great company to work for. But I was like, well, let me pursue it. Let me see if I can get in. So they gave me an animation test to do to see if I could cut it, since I didn't have any real world experience. So the first thing was to simulate some cloth. They gave me the character, the cloth, and everything, and make it move and make it look real. And the second one was to set this coat on fire. So I did those tests. They liked it. They acted like the coat thing wasn't that impressive. I was like, oh, whatever. And they hired me anyway. By hired, I mean allowed me to work 3 months for free at their studio as an internship. To be fair, they paid to move me across country. And they also hired my friend who was an animator, Mark Tan. And that worked out well because we were given $500 each to move ourselves across the country. So we combined our funds, we rented a vehicle, packed up what we had, which didn't seem like much until you try to fit it in an SUV. And then we drove across the country, and I think we did it only stopping at 1 or 2 hotels, pulled an all-nighter, and got there really exhausted. So we left to start our first job, both of us, an unpaid internship in San Diego. We packed up the vehicle we rented, left late, I forget what night it was, and it was snowing. Yes, here in Tennessee it started snowing when we left. And that's Mark Tan, my friend. He's the other guy from Southern who worked on Spider-Verse film with Robin and Kevin, by the way. Yeah, we thought it was funny to stop in Texas and take pictures in front of cactuses covered in snow. So we continued our adventurous journey. We stopped that night to actually get rest in the middle of Texas because it was getting pretty bad on the roads. So as we passed through, it got nicer and nicer, and we eventually made it to California, and across California to San Diego, which was where the studio was. And I had never been west of the Mississippi River, so this was a big adventure to drive across the country out of graduation. The weather was much nicer, as you can see. And this is actually the street where the studio was on. It's on the right side, Balboa Park is on the other side. And so started working for this company, and that's me unpacking. It was really fun in the sense that my friend was there, other friends were there. Kevin had left at the time, and I think Matt had left. So there was only 2 of them left, Emil and, Michael had left. Matt was still there. So I was with 3 other friends from school. And the whole studio was maybe 12 or 16 people at any given time, like actual artists. So I was the only effects artist there. And I had no one to learn from. Luckily, I had pretty good knowledge about what I was doing, and I could learn things on the fly pretty quickly. So I did some work for the company, and it was intense. They basically worked us 80-hour weeks, which I did in 6 days, not 7, which are longer work days. And thankfully, that day of rest really mattered. And I was getting really exhausted, but I was pretty positive because like, this is what I wanted. I kind of asked for it. Like I wanted to have a job right out of college, and I got it. It took the first thing I got, and they accepted me. It was great because up until that point, I didn't know that I could make money doing this, and I technically wasn't making money doing it yet because it was an unpaid internship. But they were housing me. I was working on cool things, and I was getting good experience. And as I was there longer and longer, getting more and more exhausted, there's a sort of clarity you start to get. The shine of things wears off a bit, and you realize maybe this isn't such a good situation. And as I saw people quitting and new interns coming in, all excited and energized and pulling all-nighters, working on this, not getting paid, I started thinking, this is not good. This doesn't lead anywhere. And after 3 months of working on the internship, I was supposed to get paid. They didn't pay me. And they dragged their feet. And I was warned by Kevin about this, that they did the same thing to him and the other guys. After 3 months of working for free, the 4th month, which they're supposed to start paying you, which wasn't a lot of money, but it was like $500 a week and no benefits, no taxes taken out. That was just your money, you pay the government, you sort it out, and whatever else you want to do. And that was just not worth the effort, but that was 4 months in, and I fought for it and I got paid. And I continued to work there for a few more months. And things happened that just more and more opened my eyes to the fact that this was not a good place. Not necessarily a good place because the owners were there working just as hard as we were. And so everyone was working hard. I didn't feel exploited in the sense that everyone was doing it. It felt kind of like a scrappy, startup kind of situation. But it still wasn't good for the way that it brought in young people and kind of burned them out. So SIGGRAPH came around in the summer. Let me back up for a second and show you some pictures of working at the studio. So that's me in the back. That's the guy minus this beard and a hat on. And that was Tanya and Emil, who graduated from here. We found ways to entertain ourselves. That was Bryn, he's from South Africa, he was a modeler. And that was the studio dog. I never knew if it was Plato or Plato, but it was the owner's name. And it was fun, we got to hang out, we got to enjoy ourselves, and it went a long way. And I didn't want to just quit and run away from it. But at the same time, I started thinking to myself, if there isn't something better, then that's it. I can't take this. I'll go back to doing construction. It was fine. Like, I tried, I gave it months and months and hours of my life, and I just thought, a few years of this will kill me. So SIGGRAPH came into town, which is the industry, the computer graphics industry trade show. And it goes in Los Angeles, and it's all over the world actually now. They have an international one as well. It's a great place to interact with companies and get interviewed and see if they're interested in hiring. So I printed out a bunch of my reel breakdown, my resume, my demo reel I had on DVD, and made 10 packages and put them in a backpack and went down there. And I just thought, well, I'm going to quit, so I might as well just go apply to everyone. DreamWorks, Disney, Pixar, Industrial Light Magic, all these different companies. And it went really, really well. I gave away 7 of my demo reels, and most of them, a recruiter or someone who worked at the studio sat down and watched it with me, which is really good. Essentially, you're kind of getting an interview, sort of. It's not official. They're just like there to give you feedback, generally. But I got 3 job offers that day. Not that day, but they led to job offers. I was encouraged to follow up, and submitted applications. So the companies were Sony, Digital Domain, and Disney. And there was a few other companies. The next day I came back, gave away 3 more of my reels, and got smaller, kind of not, I could feel they weren't quite as interested, but they took my information and kind of followed up with me. But the thing I remember the most was when I was interviewing for Disney Animation, I was sitting down with someone who was very high up at the company. I didn't even realize how high up he was until I worked there. So as I was talking to him and showing my demo reel and trying to kind of pitch myself and my skills and everything, and he was asking questions. And then he starts trying to convince me that like Disney is a great place. I should really come to Disney and I should work at Disney and I should follow up and they would love to have me. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, which way is this interview going? Like he was trying to sell me on the idea of like, you should come to us and work for us. And I thought, yeah, that's what I was trying to do. And it went really well. And also, I was kind of in their little room where there was different people I was talking to. I was talking to someone while I was in line that I never realized later he would become one of my supervisors. And, well, he was a supervisor, but he became my supervisor later on. And even one of the recruiters said, hey, you could increase your odds of getting a job if you apply for the training program as well. So I did that as well. I kind of hung out. I'm like, man, I feel so good. All right, I'm going to go to everyone. Went to Pixar. Didn't quite have the same response. They were very popular at the time. This was back in 2006, 2007. And they're like, oh, we're not really looking for anyone, but we'll accept your reel, and kind of just like throw it on the pile. So it was fine though. I felt really good, and I was like, man, I never thought that I could do this, because every one of these companies, when you fill out the application, it lists like requirements that are like 2 years of feature animation experience. And I can't remember if I asked anyone about it or just kind of ignored that because they told me to fill out the application. And I was honest. I told them I only had about 8 months experience out of college, and it wasn't feature animation. It was doing video game cinematics, which is a step down in the industry. It's not bad, but it's not feature animation quality, and that's why they say feature animation work. So there's a difference. And I thought, wow, they're ignoring that. That's fine, I'll apply. So I did, and this is the demo reel that I sent out, or I was showing people and sitting down with. This is work from the, this isn't the demo reel, this is work from, oh boy. Here it is, yeah, just demo. This is work from, there's no sound. There was work I did at Pendulum, and this was all within the period of about 7 to 8 months at the time that I went to SIGGRAPH. And even after I did all these job applications, I hadn't told them I was going to quit, because I wanted to make sure I had a place to go first before I let them know. But I gave them 3 weeks notice. But the work that came out of here looked pretty high quality for someone who was only a few months out of school. And that's because working with a team of professionals, you can focus on stuff like hair and cloth, which is what I was doing, and particle effects, dust, explosions, spray, sweat, all this stuff. So it must have looked impressive enough, or it was a position that was really needed. And that's what I think happened, was that there wasn't a lot of people that they were able to recruit that would do this kind of specialty thing. So I was very happy that Zach, Hendel, and Aaron all kind of had me focus in instead of being really broad with what I was trying to learn, because it proved to be very successful for me. So once I secured that I knew I was going to start at Disney, I let the company in San Diego know at least 3 weeks. I was generous. I didn't give them 2 weeks, I gave them 3 weeks. They acted kind of hurt, and like they didn't know why I was leaving, and I didn't bother to explain it to them. But I stayed there to the day before that I started at Disney. That Sunday, I stayed there documenting everything I did, because I didn't want to leave that company in a bad position, since I was the only one doing their cloth and hair at the studio. So I documented everything I could. I was as nice as I could. I didn't want to burn any bridges, even though I didn't enjoy working for them, and I never planned to come back and work for them. I felt it would be the right thing to not try to hurt them back in some way. So I documented everything, left that night, drove up from San Diego to Los Angeles, and started at Disney the next day, which is orientation, and like Kevin was explaining in one of the other things, they train you for a few weeks on their software, because there's certain things you can only learn at that studio. You can't learn it in school, it's not publicly available. Sorry, getting ahead of myself. So I went from what I consider the worst job I've ever had to what I still consider the best job I've ever had, which was working for Disney Animation. It was still challenging, and it was still long hours, but it was never anything quite as tense as what I experienced. And it was much more of a supportive environment. In fact, they would go around, we had sick days, they would call them personal days, but we were encouraged when we were in crunch, working long days, like by our managers and supervisors, like, look, if you're tired, just take a day. It's okay, let us know, take a day off, sleep in, it's fine. That was not the case at the other studio. The other studio, which if you had to take a day off, you could, but your work was going to sit there and pile up while you weren't doing it, and everyone else was dependent on everyone else to do this mountain of work in a short amount of time. At Disney, they were constantly working to distribute the workload, and if someone had more free time than someone else, they would adjust. There was a team of people looking out for you, and the studio had a very different mentality. And it felt amazing. And as I was working there, the first few months, I remember I got my shots for the week, and I was getting them done, and then I started getting close, and I'm like, oh, I'm not gonna get this shot done. It's just like, I can't quite get my week's work done. And I was telling my supervisor, I'm like, I'm not sure if I can get this one shot done today. Like, it might spill over into next week. I'm like, I feel like I'm behind. He started laughing. I thought, why is he laughing? And he turns to me and he says, we keep giving you shots. Shots are supposed to go over into the next week, but you keep finishing in the week that we're giving you. He said, you're the fastest one in the department. I thought I was the slowest because I thought I was struggling to get my work done every week. But that's largely because I came from such a kind of cutthroat studio before where there wasn't really that option. You had to get everything done as quickly as you possibly could. So I felt like I was slower at Disney because it took me a little bit more time to learn the system and do similar but not exactly the same kind of work. And that was character cleanup work, which I also did cloth setup, but that came a little later. That started on Tangled. So this was a reel that I made just a year or two ago to show some of the work I did in the 9 years that I worked at Disney. This is all cloth rigging. Cloth rigging is setting up the simulation properties for these outfits. So you just get a model of a shell of an outfit, and you have to make it move like cloth. And that became my specialty skill at Disney. And I even got to be a cloth lead on Big Hero 6 while I was doing all the sim cloth setup for Hero and some other characters. Technical animation was the main thing I did. This was like a secondary skill set that they had me kind of work on in between schedule, because on a film, you can't just do one thing the whole time. It kind of goes through phases in the beginning, in the middle, the end. So to overlap some of that, technical animation and setup were staggered. Usually you had to build the cloth rigs and the hair rigs that would then be passed off to the tech anim department, which was a lot of the same people doing the rigging and the setup for cloth. So it was a great way to learn how the cloth systems work and the hair systems work. And when they put me in that department, I first wondered, like, why am I in cleanup? I thought I was applying for effects. But I didn't realize that that was their wisdom and that that was the best way to learn the system. And by the way, after 4 months of working there, I got a phone call from Disney Animation. It said, congratulations, you're accepted to our training program. I said, thanks. But I've been working for you for 4 months. And they were laughing. They said, how did that happen? I said, well, back at SIGGRAPH, I was told to apply for the position as well as the trainee program. And I got both. So I was very happy that I was technically hired twice. That's some serious validation that I was meant to be there. So that was it was good because I mean this is within the same year that I considered quitting everything and giving up this whole entire pursuit because it was hard. And what I learned after all that time, whoops, spoilers. What I learned after all that time was that I could have actually gone to Disney right away. I could have skipped that whole painful process. But knowing my own personality, I actually needed to experience something like that for me to get past my insecurity of my work and to kind of just be brave enough to apply to something like this. So I worked there for 9 years, doing cloth setup, doing technical animation, which is cleanup, and a lot of other side things. I actually got to do things like convert Beauty and the Beast, the original, and Lion King, the original, to stereoscopic 3D. And they trained me how to do that in a week and worked in compositing down with the lighting department. And I enjoyed that kind of stuff. They were very good at introducing us to different things, learning new programs, learning new techniques. We could kind of cross-train with other departments. Even though I stayed in the same department the whole time I was there, I was able to work in other ones on little side projects, work on animated shorts as well as feature films. So at my time at Disney, I worked at, the big ones are, I worked on Bolt, Tangled, Wreck-It Ralph, Frozen, Big Hero 6, Zootopia, and Moana. And then there was other films and side projects like, have you heard of Prep and Landing for ABC? We worked on that too. But then, after I felt I was doing really well, and I had very good reviews, and at the end of projects, it wasn't uncommon for a portion of the staff to get laid off. But it was usually the people they brought on to help get us through the crunch in the movie. So that happened, like it always did. And then a few weeks later, they laid off more people. And I was in that group. And at first, I was just really shocked as to why. I felt I was doing as good or better than I ever was the whole time I was at the studio. It didn't make sense to me. And to this day, I don't truly know why it happened. It was something higher than my department, so I couldn't get a clear answer. It was downsizing, really, corporate downsizing. So you can ask why me, but at the same time, when I saw the other people that got laid off in that second round of cuts, I didn't ask that question at all, because I felt like they were even more qualified to stay at the studio than I was. So I did kind of secretly hope that if I ever left the studio, I would get laid off instead of me quitting. Because when you quit, you cut your ties, you're out of there. If you get laid off, you get a severance package. That severance package gets bigger and bigger every year that you consecutively work there. So when I was laid off, I essentially got 5 months worth of pay, which is meant to bridge you to the next job. If you get a job, you signed an agreement that said you would stop receiving that pay because it was still paid out in little chunks. And then you'd be working at another company. So the way I saw it was I was paid not to get a job for those 5 months. So I used it as a period of decompression. And I went and traveled a bit and just relaxed. And I was about to go on a trip to England and Ireland with another friend of mine. And I got a call from, guess who, Aaron Adams, saying, hey, there's this job in South Africa that you're qualified for, would you be interested? And at the time I was like, no, I'm not going to South Africa. I still don't feel like working after all this time. After I put all that effort in and I got laid off, I felt pretty deflated and just felt like I could take some time off. And I could afford to as well because I was actually pretty responsible with my money while I was working there, which I recommend everyone when you get a job, don't live paycheck to paycheck. Put some money aside. So I was able to finally get a work-life balance that was tipped the other way. It was lots of life and almost no work. And that was good, because for over a decade, I had lots of work and almost no life. I mean, almost no life. So I was making up for that lost time. And as I was over in England and Ireland, I was discussing with other friends, some that I knew, some that I met on the trip that were new, about like, yeah, this crazy thing, I could go work in South Africa. And the more I was hanging out in a foreign country thinking about living in another country, the idea grew on me. And by the time, before I came back, I was like, I think I'm going to do it. But it was unofficial. So I came back and I talked to Aaron Adams, and I said, at the time he was like, I'm not interested in it, but you should do it. And I told him, I was like, I'll do it if you do it. And he's like, well, I plan to go out for maybe 2 weeks, and I'll help him out mostly remotely. He has a family, I didn't have a family, so it was a little bit of a different situation. Turns out he ended up working out there for 5 months, moving his family out there, and I went out for 4. We also worked remotely before and after that period of time. And it was a company that it had done TV work, and it was based in Cape Town, South Africa. And they wanted to step up to feature animation. And they wanted Disney and Pixar quality animation. Now, Aaron told me this little part, and if it's not true, blame him. But the way the story goes is that the studio in South Africa is like, we want Disney quality animation. Who's a big, amazing name in Disney animation? Glenn Keane. Let's look that guy up and email him or call him or whatever they did. And they did that. And supposedly, I don't know if this is true or not, Glenn Keane called Hendel. Hendel pointed him to Aaron, and Aaron pointed him to me. So thank you, sir. Because that was a wonderful trip. I didn't really feel like doing the work, but because it was this amazing new location of South Africa that I was being paid to fly out and work at, it was the right balance of work and life. It was an exciting adventure with pay and the good kind of responsibility. So I stepped up to a level that was even higher than my responsibilities at Disney, but it was a smaller studio. So South Africa was absolutely, absolutely amazing. And I made tons of videos and took tons of photos. And I have one video that would just represent some of the amazing feeling and experience that I had traveling to South Africa. That's Aaron Adams right there. He pops up in the video a few times. His wife and kids. That's Aaron and his family. It was a very creatively inspiring. I was able to use other creative outlets to try to capture the feeling I was getting of the adventure and the enjoyment I was having. And work was not stressful. It was challenging because we had a team of people that we needed to bring up to a higher level. And I did work some long hours, but it was completely optional. And same with Aaron. But it was nothing like any of the other places we worked, not even Disney. And we're very proud of what we accomplished. So we were there to work on a proof of concept for a feature film. And it was successful. And the company has been able to go on, get the funding they need to make a full feature out of it. Aaron moved back out there, and he's now planning to live there for 1.5 years and work on it. So I'm not quite ready to move back out there yet. It was a great adventure, but I have other things I'm trying to do, like answer this question. And it was really enjoyable, but I don't know, I might end up back out there. I don't know yet. But while we were out there, we started talking about how inspired we were by this little company and how they were going to make their first feature film. And they had far less resources. The amount of artists in South Africa is really slim, and especially ones that do feature quality work. And so that's part of why they pulled us all the way from the other side of the world to train them and try to grow a studio from television animation to feature animation. And you need things like cloth and hair, which is why I was there, simulated cloth and hair. So we saw this and we thought, man, the best thing we could ever do is to build our own company. If they can do it, surely we can do it. They're hiring us to help them get to this level. So can't we do it? So Aaron Adams, myself, Zach Gray's helping as well, Jeremy Chin, who graduated the year before me, and Kyle Portberry, who is someone we met through the industry, who works in film. We basically got together and have been working on and building our own company. It is still a startup. We're almost 2 years into it. And I basically have made that my full-time job and also use it as an excuse not to go back to work. So, or at least not work in the studio. So that's what we're working on, and this is a show reel of everything we pretty much have so far for the main projects that we're working on. We're working on more of them. But we're at the point where we're still trying to develop stuff and get funding, and there's lots of challenging things to overcome. But that's my latest adventure, and it feels like a good series of progress from where I went to where I am now. And I'm fine with going back and working in the industry if that's what's meant to be. But for now, this seems like this is what I should be doing. just to recap, 13 years of work in the industry, and those 4 very different phases: a horrible job, an amazing job, an adventurous job, an exciting and challenging business, and I was going to quit in the first few months. So I know school is challenging too at times, and it's a big unknown moving into the future. And I don't know if it's a reassuring thing to say, but that uncertainty doesn't fully ever go away. But that's also exciting and surprising, because looking backwards, I can say that that's how it's all going for me. Definitely when I thought I was at the bottom and tired of what I was doing, new opportunities and new experiences came along, and not to mention all the amazing people I've worked with and got to meet along the way. Even from the small studio, the artists were all good friends, and it was an amazing environment. And to go to Disney with all amazing talented people and realize that even in a place that's packed with that many talented artists, that you fit into that, and that you can grow there, and that you can contribute. And then working in South Africa, where I didn't even apply for that job. The job came to me, and that was an absolutely amazing experience and was an interesting balance and was a different phase for me, and I got to step up to even more responsibility, supervising and leading. And now I'm taking a bigger chunk of that and trying to start a company and learn business, which is not something I studied in school. But it's going well. There's a lot of big pieces moving, and I don't feel like the door has shut on it yet. I don't know if it'll be a success. I don't know where it'll go, and there are many other people trying this, but it feels like the right thing to do. And even coming out here and talking to all of you, it reinforces that feeling that this needs to be done. I may not be able to get it to where it needs to be, but I can move this in the right direction. Because the goal is to build this company around all of you coming out of the school and all of us who have come out of the school. Because we're all over the country and all over the world, and we've gotten lots of experience now. And we want to do something more with it. We don't want to just keep working at a studio, a lot of us. We're looking, we're searching, we're seeking. So that's my message to all of you. Question?
Yeah. Well, I know eventually you want to make a physical studio from this. So where exactly do you want it to be located?
So we're open to almost anywhere, but our thinking is at the moment that in Georgia there is a 30% tax credit, and anyone working in film knows that like most films are shot there for that right now. All of the Disney stuff, Marvel, Star Wars, all that stuff was actually shot in sound stages on Georgia, because Georgia will pay back 30% of every dollar you spend on a major feature if you meet certain requirements. And there isn't a major animation studio in that state, like major as in feature animation. So our thinking at the moment is maybe Georgia. But after doing this for 2 years, it doesn't seem like that's about to happen too soon, so that could change. But just to answer that question, maybe Georgia, maybe nearby.
Yeah, well, by God's grace, it will happen.
We'll see. Yeah?
So you mentioned it's for feature animation. That's what y'all's focus is going to be? Like feature?
So since we're not locked into anything yet, we're actually even open to film, short animations, stuff for the web, animated series. Fenton Forest, we're thinking of doing an animated series that's based on books by Gordon Beats. And Exile is a sci-fi fantasy retelling of the story of Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. That's what that is. And that may be a series, like a mini-series, like 6 long episodes. Ruth, we're thinking of a feature, and Ruth is pretty self-explanatory. That is closest to straight from the Bible story. And the unhealthy monsters is something that we were thinking of working with the Advent Health hospital system on how to teach the health principles. So the 8 health principles are essentially, the monsters are what happens when you don't follow those health principles.
I got connections in Advent Health.
I do too. They haven't played out yet. But yeah, so that's what we're working on. We have other projects, but this is how far we've gotten these. And most of the work you saw was by students and graduates. Chris is working on some of the roof stuff for us, actually. Yeah, that Chris.
What?
Amen.
I guess secretly. Any other questions? All right, thank you, everyone.
I really that. So good. Aside by Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego.
Okay, guys, come back tonight at 7. We're doing an interactive collaboration art piece with everybody. And we're also giving away 2 gift cards to Wired. So if you come, your name will be in the drawing. And the gift cards are only for students, not alumni. So make sure you come at 7.
All I need to stay up is YouTube.
What did you say?
They're 4 That's your team, bro? Good job, Lauren. Can you believe 4 years ago we started?
They didn't invite him to the Spider-Verse thing.
They are? We don't even know what time that is. Oh, it's at 9 after the thing. Yeah. Wait, can you tell me?
Hey, Allison, are you coming back to
Where? Probably. I have a lot of work to do though, so I'll be in the lab.
Oh, okay.
And I might not stay the entire time. I don't know. It all depends. I'll probably go, but I don't think I'll stay the entire time.
Come back at 7.
Really, really simple on those.
Yeah, stop.
Stop that. I'm gonna ask him for an internship if I can.
Maybe I should ask him something.
Deprived right here.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. You're a no-me.
I just asked for that.
up to try.
I saved a lot of work. But I've heard about Project So is that where you are?
So Jeremy, guy who came from the industry, he just did that for us. We're all wearing hats. Take a look at it, see what you think. Promote each other's work. But again, I can't see it from there's 5 months. Oh, so but yeah, at the moment we're trying to think of
egos or
Oh, tuned up.
to certain things. It's already has that, so people get passionate. And in their environment, people would fight for certain ideas. There's a lot of fight in the sense like, no, I think it should be there, in there, even though it doesn't. But they were also open enough to take possibly out. That wasn't making it better. Like, if it's really a good thing, so it should
Go away, Chris.
this mentality of making something the best way later as part of everyone pushing to the highest level. So not just make studio, it may seem normal for that I'm like, oh, we'll be the next Blizzard. I understand how big of a but I also understand that it's actually too long. You have a lot of freshmen. Everybody lost these like Christine Purdue. I remember her. I was telling you that I've got another story. So just like that, that's what we show. That's why less than what you guys have. There was like the way we didn't have people like the alumni coming back and even giving these kind of talks. So like you have even more. You know, if it matches perfectly. And I'm not saying it's easy, but you have everything arguably that we have at least. You know, I was trying to kind of show that in my demonstration. Like you might have missed how hard my first job was and how good it all was. Not that. But it's just kind of less of an A. One step at a time, but just stop. I agree. Doing things like that video I made was just because everyone's like, we're gonna have to do our best work ever. Photography, video, editing, lighting model. Songs? No, I'm not good at music. I take songs and then things. That's what I was thinking. They didn't want to steer you to this thing like this is what you're best at. That's beautiful. I love it. Or do you feel there's a
The stakes are so high. So high.
Are there two songs playing at once?
Well, is what's involved. There's illustration in the logo. What the logo is for. I
You sound like an experienced freelancer.
Like I said, I had a sketchbook.
Made my mark.
Ball assignment. I will never be asked to teach ever again.
You're like, no. You're like, at least you don't get that assignment. Bring someone else for that assignment.
Yeah, for that one.
Come on.
No, see? Oh, Spotify playing in the background? Yes. Put this other stuff on the stage. Did you see the tree lab? I got those LEDs.
Looks like the stream's still up. Sorry, it's not 360. I don't know what's going on here. Anyways. Cool. You're good. See you.
So far, it's actually been pretty fire.
I know, right? I want to know who chose the horse how we wanted to. I want to know who chose the churches. The churches. It's probably the same person because that's the same day. I think you get shut down right away. Go 5 east to 72. 65. Go 5 east to your mama. Our show is ambient radio. Our show is ambient radio. That sounds like what's wrong with It's like kind of it's so I have enough jobs for it. Should. It's not pay $55 for nothing. Nah, it's not. It's because it's so big, bro. You don't have to be able to whack a load. Alright, so I'm sitting clean. Let's see, I'm curious how big this thing is. 400 gigs. It's probably, I think it is actually. Really? Not even joking. Actually only 200 filled up right now. That's not bad. Alright, 200 gigs, let's go. That's a lot. It is a lot, but it's been for like the last 3 days, so. Why is Final Draft? definitely popping up on here, but I need to, I guess, log out local admin and sign in
Could you
myself. I don't want to, sorry. You're supposed to. This is my favorite song. Actually, no, I like that. Oh. It's like all the Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Watching you run from the sidelines. The new sound for a while. The camera close. Taking a breath, filling your lungs, keeping you alive. Yeah, really cool. Sound show. I like the new sound. No fear, I'll be your eyes, I'll be your life. It's also and if I can be, I'll be your strength, and it won't be long now. Two hungry things. What is this? What is this? I think the drum style, I was trying to do like some 80-degree style drums. But it needs like some distortion. Like, do like Yo, I got this new League of Yandi. Really? It's one of the songs, like, it's a new League of Yandi. Like, I can't believe there's still Yandi leaking out here. Like, where'd you get it? Found it. This one has vocals now. Oh, really? I don't think the vocals add to it, though. Really? I actually kind of like it. I think the vocals should be like sort of big right now. Yeah, this thing's some more songs and stuff. And there's like the original version of Sila. I don't know Sila. Sila's on Jesus King and stuff. It's the Hallelujah. 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 I like that song, but there's an original version where he's like straight up talking about like unicorns or something. I kind of like that. Wow, I forget what the line is. Oh, here. Well, I love this one. Just say it is.
I found a version on what's it called? Where on SoundCloud where they put XXX version.
No, it had XXX originally.
Really?
No, maybe it wasn't that one. One of them had X. Oh, it's After the Storm that had XXX. Wait, I want to hear the drums in 80 degrees real quick.
Keep those going. And then go for 140.
I'm so mad this sound no job.
I know. Whoa. Wait, listen to this. It sounds like did I just send an email? Wait. Let me see if I can do it again. It just like did it. It was like.
Like the.
Yeah, it really sounded exactly like it. And I was
Come on.
ooh, that's kind of cute. Let me get that one line on again. That's what the song actually means. Oh, that's what way.
Kind of like, here we go.
And then right here is
Why did Kanye not release this?
that's this one.
You got the same snare exactly. No, I just want the little bass that goes. Whoa, this is not on the version I found. This is the new leak. I don't know if it's actually real, but it's kind of wild. Like, I don't know if this is somebody else, like, adding production to it, because it might be, but it's kind of wild.
Why is this unconnected from the server sound?
Yeah, you want to go 80 degrees?
Yeah, I need to find the 808.
Yeah, let's wait, it's not required, is it?
Let's get this lights. And something bouncy. Like the J and the... If I can play that right. And then, that's really low. I cannot stop thinking about it now. Sounds alright.
It's almost done. Wow, I don't back there. What other songs? Oh, there's some few songs that I didn't hear either. What? Oh, I don't hear that. Oh, yeah. It's the one and only. You can't tell a unicorn from a pony. What does that mean, Kanye?
It's like it's pretty obvious what it's saying though.
You can't tell a unicorn from a pony. Like tell something great from something normal you made. Something like that.
I think it's like he would make it look like everybody else, but he's not.
Think so?
No. Like, or like,
I think he's trying to say that y'all can't tell something. You can't pick out something great from all the normal things.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah.
Something like that.
Okay, so the reason why this isn't letting me sign in is because this computer is not hooked up to the network. So.
Damn this stretch, so we're gonna do ready. So I've been listening to it like 12 times already. I'm like finally has Yandy.
Let's see if I have any samples. I'll just.
Was it the CHSS or whatever something is?
Yeah. That's a built-in one in Ableton, and I have a file.
That's built in on Ableton?
Yeah. Right? Wow. Actually, this would go nice with this. Wait. No. Go.
Sounds like those percussion. You listen to Out My Head, a little EP. It's all kind of percussion like that.
That's kind of crazy. That's crazy talk.
That's a vibe. Oh, you got a little touch screen.
That's actually kind maybe just bring this part back in the chorus. Oh, that's the best part. Oh, that's crazy song, bro. I'm gonna make a new song. I think that's my new thing that I've been saying lately. Crazy talk. That's crazy. Crazy talk. It's your whole song, crazy talk. Black. Put up with that black. Pull up with the blacky. This was my cat. This was so hot. I actually haven't sang that before. What's the other thing I've been singing?
What's cooking? No, not the. That's crazy talk.
Crazy talk, dude. What's up with that? That's crazy talk.
That's crazy talk.
I'm over it. Literally, that's just like. I don't know why I'm saying this. Those are such weird sayings too. That's crazy talk. I'm over it. I literally. That's just because lately I just haven't feeling like, you know what? I'm over it. Whatever.
Yeah.
You do you. Whatever. You know. I'm doing me. You can do you.
Is this a 360 camera?
You know, that's crazy.
Is that crazy car? Yo, is this thing recording, bro? Cause it's hot.
It's hot?
Yo, is this a live stream right now, bro?
Yeah, bro, we're live streaming.
Are you live streaming right now?
Yeah, we still gotta go. You still gotta go? Oh, yeah. Okay. Let me back up. It was a new Yanni. How about the new, yeah, this is so long.
No, play.
Wait a minute.
That's just so long. I'm gonna play you, this one, this has vocals on it.
Oh, no fucking, yeah.
No memory, bro.
Yeah, I might have to.
Oh shit.
Who is it? It's Eric Clement. He's like at every single. Eric Clement. I don't know. He's on like 20 songs. Yeah,
He's on 80 degrees.
He is, yeah.
I know that. That's how I know the name.
He's on New Body.
He sounds like fucking, who's that guy who's on every fucking song?
From it's on every fucking Yay song. The
Oh,
R&B singer.
oh, yeah. I don't know his name.
You know what I'm talking about though.
Yeah.
Right? He's on all those fucking
He's,
beats.
oh, what's his name? Yo, just look it up. Hold up.
Ty Dolla $ign.
Ty Dolla
He sounds like Ty Dolla $ign and Kanye West had a baby. Oh shit.
But yeah, there's some like new body. He's got this like crazy scratch song. He's like, and there's a new Siva. He talks about
wasn't that soon after. Well, not that we know.
You could be at the bar and you could go to the bar.
He's not telling us.
Anyway, so I was like, Zach, he's like, I had one piece. Theo said yes, BJ said no. Most people said no.
All right, then maybe.
Stuff like maybe.
Yeah.
You know how well babies sleep. Yeah.
I hear you sleep all through the night. Oh.
My lazy skater, yeah, it's kind of weird. Because they are, let's show you, I know you walk in there, here, let's walk this way, and then I will go to
Boy, those cyc lights are nice and bright.
Yeah, I pushed them up a little bit.
Somebody must have, did you turn those on?
Yeah, I couldn't really see.
Did you see what I did over there?
I didn't.
I've set up some more lighting over there.
Oh, sweet.
I mean, it's not that fancy. I mean, you could do this.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Then it puts a light on people in the room that didn't want to, that came in. Yeah.
So I have this thing. I don't know if it's because I know that you can connect to the server. Yeah, the Wi-Fi instead of.
What's this guy?
That goes to the streaming box. I mean. So that's what I unplugged to plug them in.
Simple Ethernet here.
Yeah. I don't think
the streaming box,
which I believe is this box right here.
Oh, this was a different thing, I think.
Some sort of category cable transmitter with HDMI and some sort of screen.
That's to the projector.
Okay. Well.
So, where was this projector?
Alright. What?
Done?
Yeah.
Oh, they just don't want people watching
It's just-
it?
yeah.
Okay.
So
Hey, guys.
White people there.
Yeah.
She's trying to have some Wi-Fi. I'm reading. We see a little quiet.
So that is important.
There's another room?
Where's this go?
Oh, then I'm assuming this is the streaming. Yeah, because this room.
Yeah, so that, then we just